contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Women's World Championship.
It is main event time for the Desert Diamond Arena. In the Valley of the Sun, in Glendale, Arizona, live here at SmackDown's New Year's Revolution, the Women's World Championship is on the line. And it is the last chance at glory for that woman, Raquel Rodriguez, somebody who has been hell-bent on getting back the championship ever since it was taken away from her by Roxanne Perez all the way back at SummerSlam. Raquel has been chasing Perez for months, whether it's been in singles action, tag team action, they crossed paths in War Games, back at Survivor Series. The animosity between these two women has reached a fever pitch. Raquel has got one more opportunity, or else there'll be no more opportunities. It's go big or go home. It's all or nothing. Raquel's last chance at the Women's World Championship. As voted by you, the fans, she is the 2024 Women's Superstar of the Year. For 4 months and 16 days, 138 days to be exact, the prodigy Roxanne Perez has walked down the aisle as your Women's World Champion. Drafted from Raw to SmackDown in the month of April, came here with no intention of making any friends, only with a list of enemies, only with people standing in her way to making it to the top. Perez did not care who she had to backstab, who she had to piss off, as long as she became the champion. And whether you like it or not, you can't argue with the results. The result is around the waist of Perez, but can she bleed that momentum from 2024 into the new year and once again stand on top of SmackDown as Women's World Champion? The title's on the line here at New Year's Revolution. It is your main event. Let us send things back down to Mike Rome.
Introducing the challenger from Rio Grande Valley, Texas, Raquel Rodriguez. And her opponent from Laredo, Texas, the WWE Women's World Champion, Roxanne Perez.
Roxanne Perez stabbed Raquel in the back in the month of July. Rode that wave of momentum into SummerSlam, where Raquel fought an emotional battle. Roxanne took advantage and won the Women's World title. Raquel once again became #1 contender, only to be turned away by underhanded tactics from Roxanne Perez back in October at Bad Blood. Raquel has earned another opportunity through the War Games contest. Will she be able to make the most of it? It's her last chance. If she loses this matchup, she's going to have to wait her shot as long as Perez holds the Women's World title. Raquel Rodriguez cannot leave any stone unturned tonight. She has got to give this matchup everything she's got, and you best believe she will. Raquel Rodriguez on the ballot for Women's Superstar of the Year as well. Coming up short to the woman she opposes tonight, Roxanne Perez. Now, there's many out there who are supporters of Roxanne Perez, regardless of her tactics inside of that ring. Whether you love her, whether you hate her, nobody can deny the success of last year. It is now a new day here on SmackDown. It is 2025. We are live at New Year's Revolution. Who's going to kick off this calendar year on the right note? Looking like one-way traffic for the last minute or so. Roxanne Perez certainly cannot allow that. Cannot allow Raquel to be the aggressor throughout this contest. Perez knows she can beat Raquel Rodriguez. She's done it twice before. Will the third time be a charm for Raquel? Perez adding some wrinkles to her arsenal. A little bit submission hold here. I commend this effort by Perez, but certainly a submission hold that would probably benefit her more had more damage had been done with the back and the arms of the challenger here tonight, who certainly relies on those arms for a lot of those strong, powerful maneuvers. Roxanne Perez caught between a rock and a hard place as she gets picked up by Raquel and slammed into the canvas and now squashed into the buckles. Hustle up pinfall here. Charles Robinson wearing the zebra stripes for this championship matchup. Perez gonna kick out momentarily. Raquel Rodriguez stood toe-to-toe just 2 weeks ago with Roxanne after Perez defeated Kairi Sane here on SmackDown. Really drawing that line in the sand, said we got unfinished business. Perez really only agreed to sign the contract for this matchup if the stipulation was at play. She is looking to finally put Raquel behind her here on SmackDown tonight. New year, new challengers, I'm sure. Roxanne Perez looking to make her way through the rest of the SmackDown locker room and proclaim herself the greatest women's world champion of all time. Perez, the only third champion in that championship's existence. Of course, inaugurally held by Shayna Baszler. He was defeated by Raquel Rodriguez back at Battleground last year. Roxanne Perez defeating Raquel back at SummerSlam. Roxanne Perez obviously with the size and strength disadvantage in this matchup, but as we have seen throughout this rivalry, truly has never really been something that holds Perez back. Tope suicida through the ropes, throwing all of her weight at Raquel. Raquel going splat at ringside. Not going to go well as this matchup progresses. Roxanne Perez not afraid of anybody, it seems, inside of that ring. Even if it is somebody as emotionally charged as Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel sending the champion back inside the ring where she hopes to get the job done on this Thursday evening in Glendale. Just a week and change away from the Royal Rumble and the road to WrestleMania kicking off. Both of these women, I'm sure, looking to head towards the grandest stage of them all, holding SmackDown's richest prize for the women's division. Perez misses wildly off that kick, and there's the power. Once again, being relied on by the challenger, and Roxanne Perez just gets ragdolled over the top rope. I don't even know if Raquel meant that or not. I am not sure if Raquel Rodriguez intended to send Perez for the ride, but Perez on spaghetti legs nonetheless. Here comes Raquel with a big boot. But again, we saw it moments ago. Raquel got Perez back inside the ring where she could only win the championship. And once again, gonna wise up to doing so. Raquel Rodriguez has been the aggressor for the majority of this matchup. Roxanne Perez playing a little bit of catch up there. That might just put her ahead. Dropping Raquel right on her crown. And the 2024 Women's Superstar of the Year starting to rally. Like her or not, Perez with all the tools on the middle rope. Moonsault lands flush. Picture perfect at that. Roxanne Perez may not have the size, may not have the strength, but she does have the speed. She does have the agility. And she also has the desire to use an underhanded tactic if need be. Could have been looking for pop rocks that time. Raquel saw it coming. Hoisting Perez off the soles of her boots again and a little fall-away slam. Just when you think Perez is going to get back into this matchup, the challenger is not giving her any breathing room. Raquel Rodriguez did not come this far to come short. All or nothing, as we mentioned, for the challenger tonight. If she does not defeat Roxanne Perez, she is going to the back of the line for good. Military press. Dead center of the ring, back into the pin. Kick out. Glendale, Arizona, in appreciation of the efforts being shown by these two women. One of the best rivalries of 2024. Two of the top stars here on SmackDown. Now kicking off the new year in the main event for the women's world title. Perez back into the corner, not where she wants to be. Raquel sending Perez right into the post. All or nothing, as we said. She cannot leave any stone unturned. Getting aggressive that time, but Roxanne Perez might have just felt it as a wake-up call. There's a drop kick. Able to outrun Raquel, taking her off her feet. Now the women's world champion once again finds herself trying to climb this uphill battle in the arm drag. Raquel Rodriguez may have been the aggressor for the first part of this matchup, but Perez has done this song and dance with her once and twice before and has won this matchup once and twice before. Perez looking for the hat trick here at New Year's Revolution. Raquel Rodriguez may have shown her best hands, and the Prodigy may be about to expose the challenger. Oh no, wait a minute, another sidestep. Roxanne in trouble. Gets ragdolled. Neck breaker. 138 days as champion. Gonna come to an end. Not just yet. Another close call for Raquel as she inches closer and closer to winning the championship again. 138 days since SummerSlam. 138 days since Roxanne Perez took away the championship. Paige Turner ringside. Maybe turning the page to 139 days if Roxanne has her way about it. Perez has got to take this fight to the outside, use her surroundings to her advantage. Best believe she will. Raquel Rodriguez again is inched closer and closer to the finish line in this matchup, but what we are seeing here is a resilient Roxanne Perez. What we are seeing is Raquel emptying her playbook and nothing seemingly keeping down the women's superstar of 2024. Oof! Nothing pretty about it. Pair of boots right to the jawline, into the cover. Another lateral press here, only for Raquel to hoist the shoulder off the canvas. These two women know each other well. They have felt the worst from each other in recent months. Roxanne Perez sending Raquel into the corner, pair of knees. And back into that Luthez, just unloading on the challenger. If Roxanne Perez has to get gritty, best believe she will, as she once again heads to the top rope. Perez looking to go skyward, another moonsault, this time from the heavens. Raquel is in trouble. Perez not even going for the pinfall yet. Just unloading a flurry of strikes. The Prodigy may be nearing retention of her gold. Raquel's got no answer. This is why Roxanne has been so successful. This is why she does have her supporters out in the audience, regardless of her attitude. Raquel Rodriguez may have expended herself. Perez, once again, moonsault. That's gotta do it. Not just yet, Raquel's still alive. Perez thought she had it. A flurry of offense. Raquel Rodriguez rolled to the outside, hoping to get some R&R, but the champion's in hot pursuit. She realizes Raquel is nearing running on E. She has got to expend that tank. Roxanne Perez trying to meet Raquel on the outside here. Now heads back inside the ring. Raquel gonna head back inside the ring. Or maybe not. Maybe a game of cat and mouse. Whatever games Roxanne's got to play, best believe she will. Better not underestimate the challenger. Oh, man. Oh! Just yanking Roxanne into those ropes. Now Raquel gets caught. Reversal by the champion. Perez once again goes behind. Russian leg sweep. Raquel Rodriguez in trouble once again. Pop rocks. How she won it. How she's retained it. Gonna do it again. Not just yet. Raquel is still alive. Glendale loving it as these two women superstars headline New Year's Revolution for the Women's World Championship. Oh, wow! Raquel Rodriguez with a very unorthodox and rare drop kick. You saw how much it took out of her, just as much as it leveled Roxanne. That Pop Rocks is what won Roxanne the championship back at SummerSlam. It's what retained her the gold. all the way back at Bad Blood. Oh, Raquel just getting miscalculated that time. Raquel Rodriguez, wait a minute here. Roxanne Perez, I think, thought Raquel was behind her. Miscalculation followed by one by Roxanne Perez. A rare misstep out of the arsenal of the champion. And you see she's all kinds of discombobulated. First it was Raquel who miscalculated going up to the middle rope. Perez knocked her off. Roxanne thought Raquel was in the lead up, was following, went for that springboard crossbody, nobody home. Couple of crash and burns in this matchup from High Rick District. These two women now jockeying for position. A couple of missteps. Who's gonna get their bearings back? Roxanne being ragdolled on the shoulder. Roxanne Perez down and out momentarily. We've seen the pop rocks. We've seen a flurry of offense. Roxanne Perez looks to be in trouble now. Back literally and figuratively up against the wall. Oh no, Perez on top, not by will, but by force of the challenger. Raquel going for a massive belly-to-back suplex, dead center of the ring. Glendale on their feet. Raquel looking for a Tejana bomb into the cover. Retribution for Raquel Rodriguez. What a main event! And after months of chasing the prodigy, Raquel finally gets back the Women's World Championship.
Here is your winner, and the new WWE Women's World Champion, Raquel Rodriguez.
Raquel has been searching for retribution ever since she was stabbed in the back in the month of July. She has been looking to regain the Women's World Championship ever since it was taken away from her back in August at SummerSlam. Both of these women emptying their tanks, leaving it all inside of the ring. But the first SmackDown of 2025, New Year's Revolution, is capped off with a new Women's World Champion in Raquel Rodriguez. We are 51 days away for the grandest stage of them all, live from Lincoln Financial Field, WrestleMania. At WrestleMania, the host to that man, the Ring General Gunther's first appearance in the main event as World Heavyweight Champion last year, where he retained the title over Drew McIntyre, of all people. Gunther is 2-0 at WrestleMania, and he is looking to get back to the dance this year in Philadelphia, and he's looking to walk in as the World Heavyweight Champion once again. Gunther eliminated from the Royal Rumble by an attitude adjustment from the franchise John Cena. Their paths once again crossed in the midst of this Four Corners matchup. Gunther and Cena, bad blood written all over that situation. Cena, Sheamus, Gunther. And the Apex Predator, the Viper, Randy Orton, set for his first match on SmackDown since the month of October.
From St. Louis, Missouri, weighing in at 275 pounds, the Viper, Randy Orton!
Well, you saw Randy Orton earlier tonight, ambushed in the backstage area by one Austin Theory, hence the kinesio tape over the left shoulder of the Viper. Orton was brought to the trainer's room, evaluated, said he was good to go, but Randy Orton said he might have been feeling a little bit of a stinger in that shoulder. A little precaution as Randy Orton walks down the aisle here on SmackDown for the first time since the month of October. You know, the Royal Rumble matchup this past Sunday, Orton's first matchup entirely since Hell in a Cell with Cody Rhodes back at Bad Blood several months ago. Randy Orton taken out by Austin Theory back on Halloween night. Clearly a situation that is yet to meet resolve. But Orton cannot be focused on the young man from A-Town. An opportunity to once again challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship, something that Randy Orton has been chasing for damn near 2 years here on SmackDown, once again presents itself. Not only the obstacle of the 3 other All-Stars that stand in the Viper's way, but now with a weakened left shoulder, how will Randy Orton survive this 4 corners elimination matchup? High stakes, high reward, and one of the biggest SmackDown main events in recent memory. Former world champions, legends of this industry, the franchise John Cena, the Celtic Warrior Sheamus, the Ring General Gunther, and the Viper Randy Orton. The bell has sounded. Who will meet McIntyre on the 9th of February in Toronto? No disqualifications, no countouts in this matchup. Pinfall or submission, the only way to be eliminated. And notice Gunther going right after the man who cost him the Royal Rumble on Sunday night. Gunther was hoping that the Rumble was going to be his golden ticket back to the promised land, hoping to win back the World Championship that he lost back at SummerSlam in August to Cody Rhodes. Gunther and Drew McIntyre, 2 classic bouts before, first at Survivor Series in 2023, then of course in the main event of WrestleMania Saturday last year. Gunther hoping he can meet Drew McIntyre once more in Toronto with the Elimination Chamber. Certainly going to be easier said than done when he was in there. With Randy Orton, John Cena, and the man he is entangled at the moment, the Celtic Warrior Sheamus. That's a whole nother interesting situation. Sheamus, who has been alongside Drew McIntyre, best of friends, fighting the same battles for months here on SmackDown. I'm sure they'd have no problem waging war against each other, or is Sheamus just in this matchup to make sure that one of these other 3 men isn't opposing McIntyre at the Elimination Chamber? I'm sure Sheamus would not hesitate to challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship, and Drew McIntyre contractually would be forced to oblige. Nonetheless, don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. The Celtic Warrior's got to win this matchup first before he can even think about what a matchup with Drew McIntyre would insist. Meanwhile, John Cena and Randy Orton, how many classic battles have those 2 men had throughout the years? They're going at it on the outside of the ring. Randy Orton obviously can't be feeling 100% after his ambush with a steel chair, followed up with a DDT on the concrete floor by Austin Theory earlier tonight in the backstage area here at the Ball Arena. Developing story between Theory and Orton. Theory striking before Randy could even have the chance. Looks like Randy Orton is looking to fuel that anger. Bring some hardware into the ring himself. By any means necessary to become the #1 contender. All 4 of these men certainly guilty of some dirty actions throughout their careers. If you think tonight is where they're going to slow down, you got another thing coming. John Cena and Gunther, that ever-developing story here on SmackDown. Gunther laying out Cena a few weeks ago with a powerbomb in the ring, another one outside of the ground. Big Kaiser sent to the announce table with an attitude adjustment by John just a few weeks ago as well. John Cena and Gunther have yet to meet one-on-one. They once again entangle themselves in a multi-man matchup, looking to tear each other apart. Certainly now that they stand in each other's way of holding the World Heavyweight Championship. For a while, Randy Orton dropping Sheamus. Massive neck breaker that time, and Gunther, speaking of necks, would have just sent John Cena's in half off that lariat. Referee Chad Patton certainly has his hands full covering the action in this 4-corner elimination matchup live here in the Mile High City of Denver. Jam-packed here in the Ball Arena tonight, as everyone waits in anticipation to see who will challenge Drew McIntyre first for the World Heavyweight title. Had to believe Cody Rhodes would have been waiting in the wind to get another opportunity at the championship he lost at the Royal Rumble. As we found out moments ago, Cody Rhodes' neck sprain, certainly after that pile driver through the announce table, but add that on top of weeks of ambushes by McIntyre, Cody going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. And may just miss WrestleMania thanks to the actions of the Scottish Warrior. Fortunately, Cody Rhodes unable to be here at SmackDown due to that injury, but opportunity arises for the other superstars nonetheless. The show must go on as Gunther sending Cena for a ride just as Sheamus is doing so to a weakened Randy Orton, who remember has got the kinesio tape over the left shoulder. And Sheamus into the cover. Looking to eliminate the Viper here. Orton kicks out. Randy Orton surviving another moment here in your SmackDown main event. But Sheamus looks to be the predator in this situation against the Apex. But Randy Orton, who looked to be going for an RKO, got caught. Wiping out the Viper inside of the ring. All the while, Gunther's taking care of Cena on the outskirts. Oh no, Randy Orton on the shoulders, now into the grasp. Randy Orton getting sent for an amusement park ride by the Great White. Feet on the ropes and everything, but Randy Orton again able to survive. Orton trying to get fired up here. The action inside of the ring being covered as an elimination can occur at any time. Gunther laying out Cena, look to be trying to pick the scraps, takes care of Sheamus off the drop kick. Randy Orton able to survive off some massive offense by Sheamus, but here's Gunther coming in to pick the bones. Power bomb on Orton. There he goes. Randy Orton coming into this matchup a weakened individual thanks to the attack by Austin Theory earlier tonight. Add that on top of the beatdown by Sheamus and a powerbomb by Gunther. Unfortunately, Orton's opportunity to become #1 contender lives to fight another day. But just like that, our four corners matchup becomes 3. Sheamus, Gunther, John Cena. One of these men meets Drew McIntyre in Toronto next month. Sheamus planting Gunther on top of that chair. It's truly any man's ball game as an opportunity to meet Drew McIntyre for the big gold belt hangs in the balance, something that all 3 of these men daydream at night thinking about. Celtic Warrior Sheamus, of course, was involved in the Royal Rumble this past Sunday, was eliminated by a rival, and the man Dragon Ilja Draguov had to be therapeutic for the Tsar in the midst of the Rumble match. Gunther and John Cena were so close to greatness on Sunday night. So close to winning the Rumble. Only to be turned away by one another. Cena off the top. But it knocked Sheamus out for good. Not just yet. We shall say Cena turned away Gunther in the Royal Rumble match. Cena down to the final 2, as you saw earlier tonight, eliminated by the inevitable winner. That being Ilja Dragunov, who we still wait his WrestleMania decision before we go off the air from Denver. Right now, the opportunity in the center focus is on what is to come on Sunday night, February the 9th, at the Elimination Chamber. Will it be Sheamus? Will it be Cena? Will it be Gunther, who's just allowing these 2 men to beat the hell out of each other right now while he waits inside, or I should say on the outside of the ring. Looking on here is Cena. Attitude adjustment to the Great White. The Celtic Warrior is gone. And just like that, we are down to 2. Cena, Gunther, one-on-one in the midst of this elimination matchup. One more decision, and we'll have a #1 contender. These 2 men who have been at odds with each other since the month of October, here on SmackDown, clash again with a World Championship match hanging between them. Gunther eliminates Orton. Cena eliminates Sheamus. Who's going to get that last and oh so important elimination to move on to Toronto? Certainly been a hard-hitting, chaotic 4-corner matchup. No countouts, no disqualifications, as the actions of these 4 individuals have shown us. And now we are down to 2. Cena eliminated Gunther this past Sunday. Will he do so again? See the fatigue of this matchup starting to set in as Cena just collapses off a collision with the turnbuckles. And the ring general looking to pick his spot, not overcommit against a 16-time world champion who's oh so desperate for number 17. Gunther, who wants number 2. Oh no! Power bomb to Cena! Good night! Not just yet! Cena kicks out! The matchup rolls forward! John Cena survives the powerbomb, the maneuver that Gunther laid out Cena with, not once but twice, just a few weeks ago here on SmackDown. John Cena not looking for another heartbreaking defeat, You remember he challenged Cody Rhodes back in Survivor Series, a match of the year candidate that he came up short in. He came up short in the Royal Rumble. Cena does not want to feel that oh so unsatisfactory loss once again here in Denver. John Cena looking to survive, looking to push through the pain and punishment that the ring general has bestowed upon him. Able to survive the powerbomb, look to be lining up for attitude adjustment that time, but Gunther chops him down to size. Both figuratively and literally, the ring general swiping John Cena out. And now Cena, just when you think he's down, wait a minute, there's a counter! Just when you think he's down, time and time again, he's found a way to rise. Will tonight be the same story? Cena going outside the ring, could be looking to use the rules to his advantage. Grasping at that steel chair. Looking for an equalizer, but Gunther not going to allow it. Once again, chopping the breath out of the lungs of Cena. And now Gunther looking to stack up John for a second powerbomb. The ring general is on his way to reignite an age-old rivalry against Drew McIntyre. A hellacious four-corner main event. No countouts, no disqualifications, 3 decisions were needed, and 1 man is left standing, the ring general, Gunther.
Here is your winner, Gunther.
Oh, how history can repeat itself. McIntyre, the World Heavyweight Champion, looking across the ring from a #1 contender in Gunther. Just as it was at Survivor Series 2023, just as it was in WrestleMania Saturday 2024, it's what it will be at the Elimination Chamber in 2025. McIntyre, Gunther reignite their rivalry for the big gold belt. Hold on. We're not done tonight. The new World Heavyweight Champion is on the scene. Heinous actions against Cody Rhodes on Sunday, but got exactly what he wanted in the championship belt that is around his waist. Wait a minute. McIntyre, don't turn around. You're not gonna like the view. The man dragon, Ilja Draguov, is on the scene. The 2025 Men's Royal Rumble match winner coming to get him some of a man who has been at odds with since the month of July. Draguov time and time again has been out for retribution against a man who pummeled him, who embarrassed him back in London, England at Money in the Bank months and months ago. A torpedo Moscow to Drew McIntyre. Well, Gunther has left through the audience here in the Ball Arena. Dragunov's clearing off the announce table. The World Heavyweight Champion is once again met with a thorn in his side, known as the Tsar. The brawl has ensued, just as it was 7 nights ago here on SmackDown between these rivals. Ilja Draguov might have picked his spot a little bit unwisely, going after McIntyre. But the World Heavyweight Champion seems to be primed for a fight. Oh, well, so is the Royal Rumble match winner. Ilja Draguov wants to get him some and rip Drew McIntyre to absolute blithering shreds. Draguov has been waiting to get his hands on McIntyre. We thought we were going to see these two men go one-on-one last week. It led to a double countout and yet another brawl ensuing. McIntyre hoisted on the announce table. The Royal Rumble match winner, hot on his tail. Down goes Drew. With no words being said, I think Ilja Draguov has made it crystal clear who he wants to meet in Philadelphia. If Drew McIntyre is the World Heavyweight Champion, or maybe it'll be the Ring General Gunther. One way or another, Draguov will meet the World Heavyweight Champion at WrestleMania. But there is still business to attend to in Boston. No countouts, no disqualifications, anything goes in a Boston street fight. I would say this is the bed that Kaiser made, and now he's got to sleep in it. But I have a feeling it may all be by design. Thanks to Imperium and the Ring General, Gunther.
The following contest is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring, representing Imperium from Hamburg, Germany, weighing in at 220 pounds, Ludwig Kaiser.
Gunther blames John Cena as the reason he is not heading back to WrestleMania to compete in the main event for the World Heavyweight Championship. Cena eliminated Gunther from the Royal Rumble match. Cena was pinned at the Elimination Chamber by Drew McIntyre, which ultimately costed Gunther a chance to become world champion. Gunther and Cena have been at odds since the month of October, but they have yet to go one-on-one. They finally meet in 9 nights. Gunther is looking to take down the 20-plus year career of John Cena almost as a trophy, as a substitute, instead of competing for championship gold. Tonight, an opportunity for Kaiser to soften up the franchise player. Wait a minute! Look at all of this!
And his opponent from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing in at 251 pounds, the greatest of all time, Cena!
Well, I guess Cena opposed that if this may be his last night competing in Boston, he's gonna go out in style. Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor is in. Oh man, what a moment here in Boston. The doctor of Thugonomics is on the scene. And I almost feel as the ante has been upped in this Boston street fight. And less than an hour from his hometown of West Newbury, Boston on their feet as Cena is competing on extremely familiar, may as well be home soil. John Cena's career may come to an end in 9 nights at WrestleMania, and if it does, he's gonna go out swinging in style. Cena fired up, Boston on their feet. The street fight against Ludwig Kaiser is underway. Cena no stranger to Kaiser. These two men have met twice before in singles action. Cena victorious both times, most recently just a few weeks back on SmackDown. But Kaiser getting the jump on John 7 nights ago. Cena with a victory over Austin Theory thanks to a little assist by the Apex Predator Randy Orton. Kaiser with the ambush from behind, puts Cena through the table. I am sure all by orders of the Ring General Gunther. But Kaiser now, back in action with John Cena, and is looking to make Cena nothing but damaged goods upon his trip to Philadelphia in 9 nights. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a street fight. There is no countouts, there is no disqualifications. Pinfall or submission must take place inside the ring, but besides that, anything and everything can happen. John Cena entering this style of matchup 9 nights before what may be the biggest match of his 20-plus year career. Certainly a daring task. But here in Boston, Cena certainly wasn't going to deny the fight. Oh! Kaiser using that stop sign all over the flesh of John Cena. I'll tell you, I commend the heart of John Cena. I understand wanting to compete on home soil, possibly one last time. He's going to make one more trip to Raw this Monday night. I don't know if this is a good idea. Before he enters the ring with one of the most dominant superstars in WWE history, that being Gunther at WrestleMania. But Cena looking to come alive and not allow this to be an unsuccessful trip to his home soil. Cena sending Kaiser to the outside. And now John's looking under the ring for a couple of hardware. A little bit of plunder. Cena looking to take out the trash here in TD Garden. Trash can off the head of Kaiser. And Cena may as well have been a home run with the use of a trash can. John Cena donning the Doctor of Thugonomics persona, if you will, as he made his way down the aisle, and certainly a extra aggressive and added edge has come upon John Cena in this street fight tonight. Cena looking to show no mercy to Ludwig Kaiser, especially after Cena was put through the table last Thursday night on SmackDown. Cena now with a kendo stick. Ludwig Kaiser not looking to walk in a disaster that time. Sending John right into the barrier. John Cena trying to get his wits about him, all the while Ludwig Kaiser, I think, has his eye on that very kendo stick. Cena on his feet and runs right in to a weapon by Imperium. The Singapore cane all over the flesh of the franchise. And now Cena grabs it. Off the abdominal of Kaiser, off the back. And now that Singapore cane, kendo stick, whatever you want to call it, broke into a million pieces off the flesh of Ludwig. This is what we expected upon our trip to Boston when this street fight was announced at the top of the hour. And now Cena, underneath the ring, is getting him some hardware. Well, John Cena was put through the table last Thursday night. Cena looking to dish it right back to Kaiser. However, Ludwig looking to stop Cena dead in his tracks. I'll tell you what, Kaiser's best offense here is to just grapple John Cena down to the canvas, slow this matchup down, even though it is a street fight, and take the Boston audience out of this. Silence this crowd. Humble John Cena. You may just have a victory. John Cena landed right on the legs of those tables that time, and now Kaiser off the middle rope with an uppercut, throwing his own body in harm's way to try to knock Cena unconscious. Into the cover goes Kaiser. And a kick out by the franchise. Remember, John Cena only agreeing to put his career on the line at WrestleMania, a lot of it having to do with his chase for a 17th world title. He said if he can't beat Gunther at WrestleMania, then he has no business trying to challenge for a 17th world title. And tonight, an opportunity for Cena to build some momentum upon putting it all on the line against the ring general in 9 nights. Cena off the kick out. Trying to get his wits about him here. He may be feeling a little bit loopy, maybe seeing stars after Kaiser soccer kicked his dome into the 5th row, and now a steel chair by Kaiser. John Cena is clearly not 100%. Fatigue written on the body language, clearly doesn't know where he is, may be out on his feet, and if he wasn't already, he certainly is now. Kaiser gonna upset Cena in Boston. Not just yet. Not just yet. John Cena still alive as Ludwig Kaiser is trying to put down the hometown superstar and truly make this an absolutely disappointing trip to Boston tonight. Cena, however, trying to fight back. Break things down into a bare-knuckle fight. Cena coming for a Boston beatdown here off the shoulder block. Cena loaded up for a little 5-knuckle shuffle. Kaiser may be out now. No. John Cena striking while the iron was hot. But Ludwig Kaiser still moving. 5-knuckle shuffle doesn't do the trick. Back suplex. Kaiser going for an amusement park ride. John Cena with his eyes on Kaiser. That steel chair that Kaiser propped up in the corner coming back to haunt him. And now Cena with his eyes on the table that he grabbed just a few moments ago. Cena looking for payback after Kaiser put him through the announce table last Thursday night. I don't know what Cena's got in mind here. John with the springboard stunner. And now Kaiser crawling away. Kaiser trying to create some distance. All the while, John Cena's wheels are a-spinning. Cena, I think, trying to reposition that table. He is. I don't know what he's got in mind here as he hoists Kaiser on top. Cena in hot pursuit. Oh my! Cena going for an attitude adjustment right through the table. Off the top, through the wood, cover by Cena. Cena with a victory here in Boston. What a fight. And what a closing moment as Cena perched Kaiser off the top from the heavens with that attitude adjustment, crashing Kaiser right through the table. Payback for 7 nights ago here on SmackDown.
Here is your winner,
an absolute treat for all of Boston. A resilient effort by the doctor of thugonomics. Cena on his way. Oh, wait a minute. Gunther once again in the aisleway, just as he was last week, cheering on Kaiser. Oh, hold on here. I don't think Cena's going to allow Gunther to intimidate him here in his home soil. Oh, we need to get some help out here before push comes to shove. Referee John Cohen's only one guy. I don't think he's going to get between these two heavyweights. Cena's not waiting for WrestleMania. Cena and Gunther coming up blows here at TD Garden. Gunther breaking through security. Gunther throwing haymakers. Cena looking for a bare knuckle fight. In 9 nights, Cena's career will be on the line. It's all or nothing against one of the most dominating superstars in the history of the WWE. Cena, Gunther, at WrestleMania.
The following contest is a steel cage match and is for the World Heavyweight Championship.
It is main event time from Tampa. And it is a personal grudge coming to a head inside the confines of the steel cage. It has been a night of champions here on SmackDown, and the World Heavyweight Championship set to be defended. You are looking into the eyes of the former champion, one pissed off Scottish psychopath, Drew McIntyre, who was pinned on WrestleMania Saturday in the main event, losing the thing that he so desires oh so close to his heart, and that is the World Heavyweight Championship. Over the last year, we have seen McIntyre slip into madness, become the most dangerous version of himself that we have ever seen. He's left buckets of blood of Cody Rhodes in New York City, broken bones of Ilja Draguov in London, England, and in Philadelphia at WrestleMania, his empire came crashing down. A triple threat matchup where anything could happen. The Royal Rumble match winner, Ilja Dragunov, finally getting an ounce of revenge on that man, Drew McIntyre. But our story is not over yet, because McIntyre's got a rematch. And if you thought for a second he was gonna hesitate, McIntyre wants his championship back, and he wants it now. But standing across the ring from Drew McIntyre, a man who lives and breathes resilience. When you think you got him down, when you think you got him out, he rises like a phoenix time and time again. The Mad Dragon, the Czar, and the World Heavyweight Champion, Ilja Draguov. Drew McIntyre and Ilja Draguov have been one of the center focuses here on SmackDown since last July. Draguov, an ever-looming thorn in the side of McIntyre that McIntyre has tried to bury 6 feet under time and time again, but Draguov will never say die. And right here tonight, it's a night of champions on SmackDown. The next chapter will be written inside the confines of a steel cage. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There must be a winner. There will be one defiant World Heavyweight Champion. It's been an awesome night inside a capacity Yuengling Center in Tampa, Florida, on the SmackDown after WrestleMania. But the bad blood is about to commence. The world title is on the line.
Introducing the challenger from Ayr, Scotland, weighing in at 254 pounds, the Scottish Warrior, Drew McIntyre. And his opponent from Moscow, Russia, weighing in at 187 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, Ilja Draguov.
The stage is set for a World Heavyweight Championship collision. Ilja Draguov handing over his newly won gold. McIntyre gazing to the championship that he held from the Royal Rumble to WrestleMania. McIntyre's name has been surrounding that championship for the better part of 3 years. Tonight he looks to get it back. The bell has sounded. It is main event time on the SmackDown after WrestleMania. McIntyre, Ilja once again clash inside of the cage. And McIntyre, a tale, as old as time, and certainly one we have told before when he has been in the ring with Ilja Draguov. Size, strength, power, it's all in his corner. But Ilja Draguov knows how to survive, knows how to thrive, and knows what McIntyre brings to the dance. Will Ilja Draguov be able to outlast the Warrior once again? These two men have been inside of that ring with each other, whether it be one-on-one or in tag team matches, triple threat, of course, at WrestleMania, numerous times since last summer here on SmackDown. Ilja's been beaten by McIntyre. Draguov has beaten McIntyre. But both of these men once again clash tonight, and the World Championship's on the line. Possibly the matchup that matters most in their ever-growing rivalry. Drew just sending Ilja right into the steel cage. I would not expect any sort of professional wrestling classic, to say the least, tonight. These two men absolutely despise each other. McIntyre not only is looking to win back the World Heavyweight Championship tonight, but is looking to beat Ilja Draguov from pillar to post and make sure he never steps to the Scottish Warrior again. It just goes to show you what we just said as McIntyre pummels Draguov in the corner. No love lost between these two men. Nothing but bad blood. Ever since that night last July where McIntyre ambushed Dragunov after the fight of a lifetime that Ilja had with Gunther at Money in the Bank in London, and McIntyre just pulverized Ilja, dropped him through the announce table, left him laying, broken bones, in a body of despair. Ilja Dragunov had been hunting McIntyre ever since, looking to get his revenge, looking to get his pound of flesh, and finally at WrestleMania he did just that. McIntyre, like a shark that smells blood in the water, has come back for more and is looking to pick apart Ilja Dragunov inside of this cage tonight. But as we are witnessing with our very eyes, Ilja knows how to survive. It is not going to be an easy task for either one of these individuals to leave Tampa tonight with the big gold belt. 3 WrestleMania main events straight for Drew McIntyre for the World Heavyweight Championship at that. He has gone 1 victory and 2 defeats, and most recently, a defeat by Ilja Dragunov at the grandest stage of them all. Meanwhile, you look at Ilja Dragunov's WrestleMania history. 3 straight WrestleManias, this man has walked into the grandest stage and he has left with some sort of championship gold. The rise of the Czar. Now we're living in the reign of the Czar, but it could be short-lived as McIntyre able to get back into this matchup with that short-arm clothesline, powerful as all hell. We have seen just how destructive Drew McIntyre can be and just the lengths that McIntyre is willing to travel. He will go to absolutely no ends to win the World Heavyweight Championship. This is a man who was hunting Cody Rhodes for months, all the while fighting a battle with Ilja Dragunov, trying to get back the World Heavyweight Championship that he once held oh so proudly. This is certainly a different Drew McIntyre than the one that was here on SmackDown just a couple of years ago, waving the flag of the blue brand as the World Heavyweight Champion. This is a man who only cares about himself and his own doings. Ilja Dragunov looking to take the reins as the guy, the top star, the standard bearer, the flag bearer here on SmackDown, but McIntyre stands in his way. This has just been a fight since the opening bell. Both men coming in contact with that steel cage that is not meant for human flesh. But I guess in this style of match, it certainly welcomed massive senton by the man Dragon. Electing for the pinfall here, of course, referee Charles Robinson counting from the outside in a steel cage matchup. Nothing but these 2 individuals allowed inside of the cage. There must be a winner, and there certainly will be one true world champion by the end of this contest. After all the battles that these 2 men have had tonight, it comes down to this. Who's going to get the last laugh here on SmackDown? McIntyre with a shoulder block. That has got to feel like getting hit with a ton of bricks. A massive frame of that Scottish warrior coming crashing down on Dragunov, and now a couple of boots. The dome of Ilja Dragunov, which just 2 weeks ago was busted wide open by hands of McIntyre in the main event of WrestleMania. Once again, Dragunov sent into the cage. McIntyre just looking to tear apart Ilja en route to the World Heavyweight title. Not done just yet. My goodness, ragdolling the Czar. Ilja Dragunov's front, his rear, both sides, all sides of his flesh coming in contact with the cage. And McIntyre continues to pummel this man. We knew this one would not be for the weak in heart, ladies and gentlemen. The bad blood between these 2 runs oh so deep. And off the Glasgow kiss. McIntyre thought he might have had this matchup won, but he's once again reminded of the guts and the glory that Ilja brings to the ring. Oof. Ilja just got reminded just how unforgiving McIntyre is. And many a times in this matchup, Drew McIntyre has just been ragdolling the world's champion, and once again it's on full display. Drew McIntyre will continue to beat down Ilja, throw his body into this cage, tear apart his flesh, break a couple of bones if needed, as long as Drew ends this matchup on the other side of the bell, once again holding up the championship, then WrestleMania will be nothing short of a fever dream. Ilja creating a little bit of distance. This man knows how to dig deep. He knows how to fight. He's got that strength deep down within. A power bomb, folding McIntyre up. And another near fall. McIntyre still alive. Ilja Draguov. There is some power within that frame. Anybody you've seen? Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought. Ilja now sending McIntyre right into the beams of the cage. Not only did Drew catch the fencing, he caught the beams. McIntyre's spine is going to be crying for mercy. As we're about to mention, anybody who's seen Ilja Draguov train online knows that this man has a very unorthodox style, and he is full of strength and power. Do not let his size compared to McIntyre fool you. Ilja Draguov can be strong as an ox. Drew McIntyre has felt it before. He's being reminded of it tonight. Ilja now scaling the side of the cage, using it to his advantage. Some extra leverage. A elbow to the heart. And again, Ilja so close from crossing the finish line, but Drew McIntyre continues to be a pain, a nuisance for the Mad Dragon. These two men, along with the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, were in a triple threat war in Philadelphia just about 2 weeks ago. You gotta wonder if their bodies have completely recouped or if they're coming into this steel cage match tonight on less than 100%. Either way, nothing to give. McIntyre unloading on Ilja, running him over that time. See the welts on the back of McIntyre after coming to a collision with the steel cage a couple of minutes ago, and Drew using that pain, trying to channel it and unload on Draguov. Hold on now. In the corner, could be looking for a Claymore, but Ilja Draguov sidesteps it. Ilja has felt that drastic Claymore kick in the past, and not to be reminded of it tonight. Sidesteps and sends McIntyre's flesh once again into the fence. One misstep, one reversal for Ilja Draguov. And all of a sudden, this matchup has been turned on its head. And that misstep by McIntyre may just spell disaster. Ilja now in the corner. Could be looking for an H-bomb. McIntyre looking up in the heavens. Ilja Draguov writes the final chapter in glory.
Here is your winner, and still the World Heavyweight Champion, Ilja Draguov.
Ilja Draguov, time and time again, has left every ounce of his body, blood, sweat, and tears inside of that ring. And I think it's safe to say that he has finally put to bed a grueling, violent, and unforgettable story with Drew McIntyre. On top of the world is the Mad Dragon. Still, your World Heavyweight Champion, Ilja Draguov, survives the cage tonight. And there's only one thing left to be said. Let the reign of the Tsar begin!
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Women's United States Championship.
But from one United States champion to another, the red, white, blue, and gold of the women's division on Thursday nights is set to be defended. It was on the first SmackDown of the season. Naomi made her WWE return, walking down that aisle for the first time in over 2 years. Stood eye to eye with the Women's United States champion Kairi Sane. Kairi returned the favor 2 weeks ago on SmackDown after a big win from Naomi over Zoe Stark. Naomi, who has held championship gold in this company in the past, in recent years went on to win the TNA Knockouts Championship, but is now here on SmackDown and is looking to become the second ever Women's United States Champion. Standing in her way, an uphill battle, the Sky Pirate, Kairi Sane, who has defied the odds in recent months, taking down Nia Jax back on WrestleMania Sunday to win the inaugural gold. She has already retained the gold over the goddess Alexa Bliss. Now Naomi stands in her way in terms of retention of the United States Championship. I'll tell you what, no matter what side of the fence you sit, everybody looking forward to these two women going at it for the championship gold here tonight in New Orleans, Louisiana. An action-packed night as it always is. We fight on Thursday nights, and the stakes couldn't be any higher. X marks the spot. And Naomi was in her return bout just a few weeks ago, keeping down Zoe Stark. If that is a testament to what Naomi brings to the SmackDown ring and what Kairi Sane is going to have to outlast tonight, Sane is in for a fight. But I gotta say, I don't think the Sky Pirate would want it any other way. Kairi Sane did not budge, did not hesitate when Naomi stood her eye to eye just a few weeks ago. Kairi returned the favor, and now the Women's United States Championship set to be defended in the middle of a sold-out Smoothie King Center in the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Introducing the challenger from Orlando, Florida, Naomi. And her opponent from Yamaguchi, Japan, the WWE Women's United States Champion, Kairi Sane.
The Kabuki Warriors, a trio here on SmackDown that knows nothing but success, but tonight, Kairi Sane's luck may just run out as Naomi is looking to beat her to the punchline, beat her to the X, dig up the treasure, walk away with the United States Championship. This should be one competitive athletic affair as Kairi Sane hot out of the gate, nailing Naomi right in the jawline. These two women love to push the pace inside of that ring, love to throw caution in the wind. We are certainly in for a treat here on SmackDown. Off the springboard, Kairi Sane delivers the moonsault early. Naomi gonna have to try to weather this storm that Kairi Sane loves to utilize. This is the offense that helped her retain the championship over Alexa Bliss a couple of weeks ago. This is the offense that helped her keep down Nia Jax on WrestleMania Sunday to win the gold. But this is the offense that Naomi brings to the table, and one of the reasons she may be so successful here in NOLA. Go for the early cover. Gotta believe Naomi thought she wasn't gonna win the championship there, but believed she maybe shake the confidence of Kairi Sane. Going for the pinfall that early. Forced to extend a little bit of energy is Naomi out of the corner with the Bulldog. Naomi, as we mentioned, recent years, went over to TNA Wrestling, became the Knockouts champion. She has had success here in the WWE, of course. They returned to SmackDown a few weeks ago and immediately set her target. And look what it has brung her. Naomi now back to the pinfall, but again Kairi Sane not even allowing a pin to be made. Springboard by Naomi. Just caught her. Got enough to keep down the champion, at least for a moment. Naomi certainly pushing pedal to the metal, just as she did against Zoe Stark 2 weeks ago. Kairi Sane gonna dish it right back. Got a feeling this matchup is gonna be tit for tat. Anything you can do, I can do better. A competitive contest until we hear the next bell. Kairi Sane, 1/3 of the Kabuki Warriors, as we mentioned, but she comes out here and she fights alone to defend the honor of that United States Championship. Naomi out of the corner. Kairi Sane can never question the mindset, can never question the arsenal. It's what brought her success. She loves to take things to the sky. She loves to go high risk, high reward. Off the middle rope that time, delivers the forearm. Naomi continues to get knocked off the soles of her boots. Kairi Sane keeps this up, wrestles her style of matchup. She should be sailing to victory here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Wait a minute, Naomi out of the corner. Holy hell, Poison Rana! My God! The springboard, the catch, the delivery. What a maneuver by the #1 contender. Not enough to get the 3 count, but clearly it took some life out of Kairi Sane, who misses wildly, and Naomi catches her with the leg drop. I still can't get over the springboard Poison Rana, an incredible maneuver by Naomi that has got her in the driver's seat here. Blockbuster! And what do we say about throwing caution in the wind? Naomi doing the same, all in the means of trying to win the women's United States title. Kairi Sane looking worse for wear off some serious impact maneuvers by the Glow, by Naomi, who looks to outrun the champion this time, and she does. And we knew we were in for a good one here on SmackDown, and it has already been just a couple of minutes in this matchup, but these two women leaving everything inside of the squared circle. Face plant! Saw that maneuver a few weeks ago against Zoe Stark to help Naomi get the victory on that night. Kairi Sane there. Instead of knocking her out, it might have just woke her up. Off the reversal, gets Naomi into the corner, boot right to the leg, trying to take out the athleticism of the #1 contender. Not sure if one woman or another is going to be able to out-risk the other. They're going to be careful of is overcommitting on some of these high-risk maneuvers, but clearly they are oh so confident. Halo by the defending United States champion Kairi Sane, who has got Naomi figuratively up against the ropes. Just when you thought Naomi turned this matchup on its head, here's the Sky Pirate right back in control. A couple of close falls in this matchup already, mostly by Naomi. Kairi Sane just hell-bent on stacking the offense, going off the middle rope again, but Naomi had it scouted on the second attempt. Into the ropes goes Kairi, swing blade! Naomi adding tricks to her arsenal, throwing everything she's got at the champion. Kairi Sane now back into the corner. Naomi has already pushed the pace out of the corner once in this matchup. Will she do it again? Kairi on top. Oh man, you gotta be kidding me here. Superplex. That's gotta do it. New champion on the horizon, not just yet. Superplex by Naomi. Unfortunately, no 3 count to be found, but Kairi in trouble. Naomi looking to bring this matchup to a conclusion. Oh my goodness, you can't get any closer than that. You can't get any closer. New Orleans, Louisiana, on their feet for this extraordinary contest. Kairi Sane reverses Naomi's boot with a spear. Another kick out by Naomi. You start to wonder what it's going to take for one of these women to put the other away and leave Smoothie King Center with the red, white, blue, and gold. Kairi surviving some incredible offense by Naomi. The hell's Kairi Sane got in mind here? On top, Naomi on the outside. Kairi just throwing caution in the wind. And just caught Naomi enough to take her out at ringside. Kairi Sane maybe feeling a sense of urgency, just trying to incapacitate Naomi at any turn. Naomi down on the outside here as the champion has withstood some incredible offense. Naomi may be questioning whether she's got what it takes to keep down the Sky Pirate here tonight. Kairi Sane may be saying the same. Back inside the ring we go. Naomi worse for wear, the United States champion in hot pursuit. Sword style forearm that time. Wanted the backslide, or should be the back fist. Naomi reverses into the pinfall. Oh, Kairi Sane now reversing the pressure. Kairi Sane catches her. Kairi Sane retains the gold.
Here is your winner, and still the WWE Women's United States Champion, Kairi Sane.
An incredible matchup. Naomi tried to score the pinfall, but Kairi Sane outlasting one hell of a challenge here tonight in New Orleans. Oh, wait a minute. Piper Niven ambushing the champion from behind. Oh, we saw last week on SmackDown when Asuka was set for a bout against Liv Morgan. It never was to be because Piper Niven ambushed Asuka in the aisleway. And now, for one reason or another, the second week in a row, Piper's targeting a Kabuki Warrior representative. Down goes the United States champion. Piper Niven continuing to send a message to the Kabuki Warriors in the SmackDown locker room. We're back live in the capital of the Silicon Valley, San Jose. The Hall of Famer, the master of the 619, Rey Mysterio, set to go one-on-one with a man he brought to SmackDown, a man he welcomed into the LWO in Dragon Lee. Well, some would call these men great friends, others tag team partners, but tonight opponents in the midst of this #1 Contenders Eliminator for the Cruiserweight Championship. Winner of this matchup will meet Javon Evans next week to determine the one true #1 contender for Dominic Mysterio's Cruiserweight Championship. These two men have grown to know each other extremely well. Rey Mysterio now, after a quick feeling out process, going for the quick victory. Dragon Lee now going to reverse the pressure. Mysterio gives it right back to him. So this is going to be a fun one here, as Dragon Lee now takes out the knee, going for a pinfall of his own, gets Rey Mysterio down to the canvas. Not over yet. Two masked superstars, two Lucha Libre, one legend, one up-and-coming superstar, the future of Lucha Libre. Is what Rey Mysterio was called Dragon Lee at times. Now look at the speed of this man. Dragon Lee, who's already had a run-in with Dominic Mysterio for the Cruiserweight Championship, would love to get another round with Rey's son. On the flip side of that coin, imagine if Rey Mysterio can get through Dragon Lee tonight and can outlast Javon Evans next week. Maybe a father and son collision for the Cruiserweight title, but not if Dragon Lee keeps up this offense. These two men, former WWE Tag Team Champions, but tonight pinned against each other for one ultimate opportunity. The Hall of Famer now sent to the outside. Dragon Lee showcasing you exactly why the Cruiserweight division is on fire here on SmackDown. Over the top he goes. San Jose on their feet as the LWO comes to a head. Dragon Lee now out on the apron. Referee Chad Patton trying to get both of these superstars back inside of the ring here. Oh, Dragon Lee with a nice shot. Mysterio approached. What's he got in mind? Destroyer! What are we, less than 3 minutes into this matchup? These guys leaving it all inside of the ring on SmackDown. Student versus teacher, tag team partners. Javon Evans defeated Wesley in an incredible matchup last week. He awaits the winner of this bout to determine the #1 contender for the Cruiserweight title. Mysterio now. Starting to get some wheels underneath of him. Drop kick takes Dragon Lee off his feet. I'm sure Mysterio has helped teach Dragon Lee some new games, some new tools to his tool belt, if you will. That does not mean he taught Dragon Lee everything he knows. The Hall of Famer's definitely got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Mysterio off the top. Hurricanrana takes down Lee. Into the cover. Goes Rey. Dragon Lee still alive. And the moment this matchup was signed on, we knew it was going to be spectacular. And ever since the opening bell, these two men have pushed pedal to the metal. Dragon Lee collapsing out of the collision with the corner. Rey Mysterio, mind spinning. What's he got here? Drop kick. Off the middle rope that time. Some added leverage for the Hall of Famer. Now back up to the middle rope. What's Rey Mysterio got in mind now as he awaits Dragon Lee to get to the soles of his boots. Moonsault caught into the tornado DDT. Rey Mysterio taking it back to 1997 here. Springboard. Into the moonsault. Dragon Lee tried to get out of the way. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. From Mysterio is Dragon Lee still alive. We mentioned it briefly, but just imagine if Rey Mysterio can get through Dragon Lee tonight, can survive the young OG, Javon Evans next week. We could be heading towards a father versus son collision for the Cruiserweight Championship. I'm sure Rey would love to teach his son a little bit of respect. Out of the ring goes Rey Mysterio with a pair of boots. Even referee Chad Patton got caught up in the fire. Rey Mysterio dishing the fight right back to Dragon Lee at what has been an awesome Cruiserweight collision thus far. Back inside the ring goes Dragon Lee. Mysterio on the apron into the springboard. Another Hurricanrana. From multiple places in the ring, Mysterio has delivered that maneuver to the utmost fruition. What's he got in mind here? We're in San Jose, but Rey's taking the fight to San Diego with a 619. Nobody home. Off the springboard. Off the frog splash. Crash and burn for Rey. Dragon Lee now. Another destroyer. This time, dead center of the ring. Dragon Lee may have an opportunity to put away his mentor. Mysterio looking up at the lights. Double stomp by Lee. And he's keeping his foot on the gas. Dragon Lee now. Operation Dragon to Rey Mysterio. Into the cover he goes. Dragon Lee moving on to next week.
Here is your winner,
Dragon Lee outlasting the Hall of Famer, outlasting his mentor, his tag team partner, somebody who brought him to SmackDown many months ago in Rey Mysterio. Live from Bakersfield, California, we are set for a matchup that should be a great athletic performance between two of SmackDown's best. They've won one apiece. Tonight, it's the rubber match in this ever-growing rivalry on SmackDown.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring From Gomez Palacio, Durango, Mexico, weighing in at 230 pounds, Andrade!
It's a rivalry that developed as both men had their eyes on the United States Championship opportunities. They first met back on April the 17th right here on SmackDown. With the help of an exposed steel turnbuckle, Austin Theory sending Andrade abdominal first. Follow that up with the A-Town down. Theory would snag victory away from El Idolo. That was certainly something that did not sit well with Andrade. They took the battle to Phoenix on May 17th, exactly 1 month later on Saturday night's main event. An exhilarating contest, and after a misstep by Austin Theory, Andrade would coast to victory in the final moments. Andrade evened up the playing field with that victory over Austin Theory back on Saturday night's main event last month. Now they meet again. It's the rubber match right here in Bakersfield on SmackDown. Both these men had their eyes on LA Knight and the United States Championship back in the month of March. Slowly but surely a rivalry developed between the two of them. Now they clash in the Mechanics Bank Arena.
And his opponent from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 220 pounds, Austin Theory!
And really, it's Austin Theory's words to Andrade in the midst of trying to challenge for the United States Championship that was the spark that lighted this entire fire. Austin Theory had a date with LA Knight for the United States Championship back in his hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. Andrade marched down the aisle and said, "Whoever wins, I'm coming for the championship." Austin Theory really brushed Andrade off on that night, really didn't take him as a serious threat. Andrade coming down the aisle, distracting Austin Theory on that night, allowing LA Knight to retain the United States Championship, and these two men were off to the races from there. And just as that victory by Austin Theory back on April 17th didn't sit well with Andrade, well, vice versa can be said. Theory has been boiling since Saturday night's main event back on May 17th. Well, this rivalry is set to come to a head here as we are getting close to our second hour here on SmackDown, kicking off on what has been an extraordinary night. I want to thank you all for joining us thus far. We are live from a sold-out Mechanics Bank Arena in the beautiful Bakersfield, California. We're on the road to King and Queen of the Ring July 6th in Seattle. But here we go, Andrade Theory, some bad blood about to boil over. Andrade hot out of the gate. Lucha Libre superstar loves to push the pace inside of that ring and give Austin Theory hell in the midst of it. I'm sure the night that Austin Theory really brushed off the words from Andrade and didn't take him as a serious threat or something Theory may be living to regret, as this rivalry has really stemmed both superstars away from challenging for the United States Championship in recent months. Speaking of the red, white, blue, and gold, the megastar LA Knight, of course, retained that championship in a Glasgow street fight, a Clash at the Castle against Gallows' Joe Coffey. Physical fight it was. LA Knight putting that situation behind him. Gotta wonder who's gonna be next to step up for the United States Championship. It very well could be one of these two men. We'll see on the other side of the bell who's gonna be standing on the soles of their boots with their hand raised high. Whoever that man is, they may just have an argument to become the #1 contender for the United States Championship here on SmackDown. Don't get ahead of ourselves, though. We've still got a long way to go as this matchup is just getting underway. Austin Theory, the power. Andrade, the speed, the agility. Who's going to outmatch the other? Well, tilt-to-whirl sidewalk slam. The thing about this matchup, this is now the third time in recent months these two men are going one-on-one. You start to become familiar with your opponent's, well, really moveset. You start to familiarize yourself and you start to find ways to reverse like you've never reversed before. Kind of forces your opponent to get a little bit more creative and try to add some maneuvers to their arsenal to throw you off their game. Andrade into the standing moonsault, right into the lateral press pinfall. Nearly caught Austin Theory there, you see. I think Theory even knew that was a close call. Very enthusiastic kick out by all day Austin Theory. Austin Theory has had an incredible career in the last couple of years here in the WWE. Oof! As he gets hung up on the top rope by Andrade. Theory itching to add to that list of accolades, but Andrade not going to allow it. Corkscrew over the top rope takes Theory out at ringside. Andrade, hungry for championship gold here on SmackDown. Wants to find his name in the lights. Andrade scaling the ropes. Top to whirl, head scissors takedown into the pinfall. And another kick out by Theory. Andrade very aggressive since this matchup kicked off. Their third outing, no need for a feeling out process. These two superstars know each other well at this point. Andrade looked to be going for that arm drag that he likes to utilize from the middle rope, but Austin Theory had it scouted. Theory's best foot forward in this matchup, from my estimation, would be utilizing his strength and power that he does have the edge over Andrade with. This is Andrade has tried to push the pace, has tried to fly high. Theory needs to ground Ilja low in this matchup and slowly but surely pick away at Andrade to secure victory here tonight. Andrade, I should say Austin Theory, had to use an underhanded tactic, exposing the buckle to defeat Andrade the first time around. I think Theory would love an emphatic victory tonight and not have to rely on such an underhanded tactic. Little distance created, float over, DDT. You want to talk about the arsenals of both superstars? That's the signature out of Austin Theory. Spiking Andrade right on his crown. A little wobbly up against the ropes. I think those ropes the only reason Andrade's even on the soles of his boots right now after that DDT delivery by Theory. The ropes, Andrade goes again. Another float over. Theory starting to pull out his best maneuvers here, and boy, is he ever confident. Austin Theory will not let anyone forget that he's a former WWE Tag Team Champion, a former WWE Champion. I'll bite, even if it was just for a month. Back in his debut year, he was champion nonetheless. Austin Theory, former King of the Ring winner 2 years ago as well. Looking to find some new success on SmackDown, but Ilja's been standing in his way. And Andrade nearly had Theory put away again. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Theory surviving like no other in this matchup. Andrade now, oof. Oh, wait a minute, full head of steam. Head scissors takedown on the outside. Andrade, all kinds of fired up. Oh man, holy, oh, what a maneuver. This is an inverted 450 splash by Ilja. Austin Theory doesn't know what hit him. Andrade now on top as Theory tries to shake off the cobwebs. Meteora from the heavens. That has got to do it. Not just yet. Austin Theory still alive. Andrade ever aggressive, pushing the pace in this matchup, pulling out maneuvers we have yet to see. But Austin Theory like a cockroach that can survive the apocalypse. Oof. Cutting Andrade in half in the corner. Here's Theory starting to rev up the engines. Just when you thought Andrade was on top, Theory now turns the tables. Ilja in trouble. Gets planted right on the knee. Theory now into the cover. That's going to be all she wrote. Not just yet. This story's far from over. We have got another good one between Theory and Andrade. This rivalry continues to heat up. The action hotter than ever. Powerbomb. It has been an awesome night thus far on SmackDown as we enter the second hour of this 2-hour extravaganza here in Bakersfield, California. Andrade muscled into the corner. Austin Theory certainly does not lack any confidence. Ilja on top. Theory full head of steam and just sends Andrade for an amusement park ride down to the floor of Mechanics Bank Arena. Nothing fancy about it. Andrade on wobbly foundation. Suicide dive by Theory. Andrade was the one pushing the pace, flying through the air. Theory was really a little bit more slow and methodical in the first few moments of this matchup, but it seems as if Austin Theory has realized he may just have to beat Andrade at his own game. There's the drop kick for the outside to the inside, then the suicide dive. Now Austin Theory just keeping his foot on the gas. Andrade down. He might have expended all his energy in this matchup already. Theory on the middle rope. Delivers the drop kick. Remember, that's the drop kick that he failed to connect with in the final moments of their contest at Saturday night's main event. It left Andrade the opening to capitalize and be the victor on that night. Oh, spinning back elbow out of nowhere by Elita Low. Theory looking up at the lights, a Mechanics Bank Arena. Andrade on top. What has he got in mind? Corkscrew moonsault. What a maneuver by Andrade. Austin Theory now rolling to the outside. Trying to get the hell out of Dodge and avoid disaster, a.k.a. a loss here in Bakersfield. Oh, they had done just that. Oh, wait a minute here. Austin Theory, A-Town down on the outside of the ring. Theory needed something. He felt the urgency. He felt nervous. Delivered his best maneuver, but he did it on the outside of the ring. He's got to get Andrade back inside, and he does, to try to score the victory here. A-Town down on the outside. Andrade's got to have his eggs scrambled, but we're back inside the ring now. Fast moving are these two superstars. Andrade rolling up and tying up Theory. He got him. He scored the victory right out from underneath Austin Theory's nose.
Here is your winner,
Oh, what a great matchup between these two superstars. This ever-growing rivalry has been fun to watch. Austin Theory felt a sense of urgency, delivered the A-Town down on the outside when he had the moment, but that slight hesitation, trying to get Andrade back inside the ring, allowed Elita Low to recover and score that quick pinfall over Theory. It is main event time in San Diego. It is the final first round matchup in the King of the Ring tournament. And set to walk down the aisle is the winner of last year's King of the Ring tournament. The man who went on to defeat the Ring General Gunther at SummerSlam to win the World Heavyweight Championship. But this year, Cody Rhodes kicks off the tournament already fighting an uphill battle. 100% or not, the American Nightmare is here to fight.
The following is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 220 pounds, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
Let us take a look at the bracket thus far. This coming Monday night in Los Angeles, Damian Priest goes one-on-one with Randy Orton. Next week on SmackDown, the phenomenal AJ Styles awaits the winner of this upcoming bout. We know Cody Rhodes is not 100%, but he is keeping whatever injuries he may have close to the chest. But we also know that underneath that entrance jacket, Cody Rhodes is sporting some tape. Cody Rhodes is bandaged up. Cody Rhodes is coming in as a wounded individual thanks to his opponent, Big Bronson Reed. Oh, man. Cody Rhodes already a marked man, a target on his own flesh, thanks to the Auszilla.
And his opponent from Black Forest, South Australia, weighing in at 330 pounds, Big Bronson Reed.
Dare I say, Bronson Reed has become more monster than man. He has been on a tear since being drafted to SmackDown a couple of months ago, and the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes has found himself the prime target. Well, Bronson Reed originally came to SmackDown eyeing up an opportunity at the Heavyweight Championship. Wait a minute, Cody Rhodes giving Bronson Reed a taste of his own medicine, attacking Reed before the bell can sound here in San Diego. Well, this is not the first time these two men have gone one-on-one. Cody Rhodes has defeated Bronson Reed twice before, albeit one of them by disqualification. But Bronson Reed has ambushed Cody Rhodes from behind before, and the American Nightmare, realizing he is a marked man, a wounded fighter tonight, doing all he can to bring the fight to Big Bronson Reed. Well, the bell has sounded in this final first-round matchup in the King of the Ring tournament. Cody Rhodes, weakened or not, looking to unload on the man who put him in this state to begin with. I almost wish Cody just did not make the trip to Anaheim last Saturday night and waited to get his hands on Reed tonight. At least he would be less of an injured individual coming in. He also can't knock the emotion. Overwhelming Cody Rhodes wanted to get his hands on Bronson Reed. Of course, Cody's so fired up because Reed has left Cody laying on numerous occasions. Most notably on the final SmackDown before Clash at the Castle, where Reed not only put Cody Rhodes through a table, but delivered 3 tsunamis on the American Nightmare. Reed said he was getting soft. He was losing his edge over on Monday Night Raw. Lost the Intercontinental Championship because of it. Once he was drafted to SmackDown, Reed said that was the starting point, the launching pad of a whole new chapter. He's become more dangerous than ever before, but Cody Rhodes ain't backing down just yet. Bionic elbow. Cody yet to go for a cover. He is looking to institute some punishment on the Auszilla. It's going to take a lot to keep Bronson Reed down. Cody's done it before, but it has not come without a war along the way. Crossbody, and now into the lateral. Oh, we nearly got him. Nearly got the big man, but Bronson Reed still alive here in the first round of the King of the Ring tournament. Cody Rhodes all bandaged up tonight, thanks to falling off that scaffold by hands of Bronson Reed and going right through that sheet of glass outside of the Honda Center last Saturday night in Anaheim. Clearly what was a trap, a premeditated assault by Bronson Reed, who was not satisfied after he got dropped with a series of crossroads earlier in the night. Oh! And now Reed, like a Mack truck, just throwing his entire body right into the wounded Cody Rhodes. Man, I don't know who the hell is going to be left standing after this matchup. And not for nothing, but if Cody Rhodes can get through Bronson Reed tonight, what the hell conditions he's going to be in on his way to fighting AJ Styles in the semifinals next week. Cody Rhodes did it last year, winning the King of the Ring tournament. He wants to go back-to-back and go back to the main event of SummerSlam to challenge for the World's Championship, but the odds stacked against the American Nightmare more than ever tonight. Cody may have defeated Bronson Reed before, but I would not call him the favorite in this matchup. Disaster kick. May not be the favorite, but you can't discount a former world champion who nearly defeated Reed that time. Cody Rhodes struggling to get back the world championship on a couple of occasions this year. But Bronson Reed, ever since his arrival on SmackDown, has made himself a problem for Cody Rhodes to figure out. It seems like Bronson Reed only becomes more fired up, only becomes more dangerous as the weeks go on. Looking to use Cody Rhodes as his own launching pad to becoming a main event star, to challenging for the heavyweight championship. That is what it's all about for Big Bronson Reed. Get the hell out of his way, because he's coming like a weapon of mass destruction. Oof. The last thing Cody Rhodes needs is this fight to get taken to ringside. Off the barrier now. Big Reed with a kick right to the boot. Kick right to the boot. Big boot right to the head. You get the point. Cody Rhodes now set right to those diamond-plated steps. You gotta wonder how Cody Rhodes is faring right now. Obviously can't be good. Did his best to come out guns a-blazing with fury. Bronson Reed surviving that early storm, but now reality may be starting to set in for Cody Rhodes, that he is less than 100%, that he is in a weakened state, and Bronson Reed is here to eat him alive. You see Reed breaking the count. Now going back to the outside on Cody Rhodes. But he gives Cody a moment of R&R. Cody with a shot to the abdominal, trying to keep down the big man, sending Reed right to the LED post. Now it's Cody Rhodes inside the ring. Wait a minute, springboard takes out Reed at ringside. Cody throwing caution in the wind, all in the means of two things here. Retribution on Bronson Reed and moving on to the semifinals of the King of the Ring tournament. And now Cody clearing off the announce table. I don't know what's going on inside Cody Rhodes' mind, but obviously he's got Bronson Reed and a receipt with his name on it. Cody Rhodes has got to keep his mind on the task at hand, and that's the King of the Ring tournament. He cannot let his emotions and his dire retribution on Bronson Reed distract him and blind him in pursuit of victory tonight. Referee at a count of 7, but again, the count gets broken thanks to Cody, who delivers another shot to the big man. On the table, Cody Rhodes uses as a launching pad. This thing is just breaking down to a brawl in the middle of Pechanga Arena. San Diego getting to war before their very eyes in the main event of Thursday Night SmackDown. And now Reed sending Cody into the post. And now Reed breaks the count. Again, this fight going to continue on the outskirts of the squared circle. Cody Rhodes on the shoulders. Death Valley driver by Reed on the floor. If Cody Rhodes wasn't already hypothetically hurt before this matchup, well, he certainly is now. We don't know the extent of Cody Rhodes' injuries. He's been keeping him close to the vest. But obviously it's written all over the American Nightmare's body language and, of course, those bandages from the glass last weekend. Oh, no. Oh, no. On the table. Sit out choke slam by Bronson Reed to Cody Rhodes. I don't know what the hell is going to be left of Cody Rhodes. Win, lose, or draw, Bronson Reed is tearing through the American Nightmare tonight. Through the table, into the cover. Reed's going to go to Portland, not just yet. Cody somehow still alive here on SmackDown. AJ Styles, who awaits the winner of this matchup next week, has got to be wondering what the hell Cody Rhodes is going to have if Cody somehow even survives the Oscilla. On the other hand, if Reed's the victor tonight, AJ Styles is going to be watching this thinking, what the hell am I going to have to do to keep down Big Bronson Reed? If I'm Cody Rhodes, I'm letting this matchup go. I'm living to fight another day. I don't know why the hell Cody Rhodes and how the hell even he was able to muster up that kick out after being put through the announce table. Bronson Reed again running over the American Nightmare. Well, history shows you Cody Rhodes sometimes, I hate to say it, but his heart may be bigger than his brain, and this is not the first time we've seen Cody Rhodes coming into a battle, a weakened individual. Putting on a fight when he probably shouldn't even be inside the ring. And Bronson Reed doesn't give a damn. He has used Cody Rhodes. Oh, wait a minute here. Bronson Reed going up to the top rope. Cody Rhodes sending Reed off the top. Maybe Cody has got some signs of life. May have been a mistake by Big Bronson Reed to go to the top when Cody wasn't completely grounded. Moonsault! If there's a will, there's a way. Cody Rhodes takes Reed off his feet. How? I will never know. Cody now. Pedigree! Cody's gonna do it. He's heading to Portland next week. No! It is not over yet. Cody Rhodes had some daylight, but Bronson Reed still in this first round matchup. The bad blood boiling over. And now Reed levels elbows Cody Rhodes in the clothesline, and now another senton. That might have been Cody's last-ditch effort. And now a Saito suplex right on the wounded and bandaged shoulder of Cody. I don't know how Cody is gonna survive. Oh no, Bronson Reed with a freaking sleeper hold, wrapping his tree trunk-sized legs around the waist of Cody and trying to choke every ounce of breath out of his lungs. Cody trying to create some separation, trying to fight back. Able to get the hell out of the submission hold before it was too late, but does not have enough left in the tank to fight back. Bronson Reed squeezing the life out of Cody, and now throwing everything he's got, all of his weight, all of his might. And Cody Rhodes flattened on the canvas. May need a damn stretcher to get him out of San Diego tonight. Reed on top, tsunami! Into the cover. It's over. Bronson Reed is moving to the semifinals.
Here is your winner, Big Bronson Reed.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and act like this was a fair fight, but Bronson Reed got exactly what he wanted. So far, the biggest victory of his career. And now he moves on to meet the phenomenal AJ Styles next Thursday night in the Moda Center in Portland. It is the semi-final bout on the SmackDown side of the bracket in the King of the Ring tournament. The winner meets the winner of Raw semi-final this coming Monday night in Los Angeles when Damian Priest takes on Randy Orton. All roads lead to Seattle a week from Sunday at King and Queen of the Ring. There may be no man that can stop that weapon of mass destruction, the Oscilla, known as Bronson Reed. And it was this past Sunday night in T-Mobile Park that a new Cruiserweight Champion of the world was crowned. The Young OG, the 21-year-old prodigy that has bursted on the scene here on SmackDown over the last few months, Javon Evans now sits at the helm of the Cruiserweight division, defeating Wes Lee as well as Dragon Lee to earn his opportunity at Dirty Dominic Mysterio's Cruiserweight Championship at King and Queen of the Ring. And this past Sunday night in Seattle, Javon Evans surviving the numbers game of the Judgment Day, surviving all the pain that Dominic Mysterio bestowed upon him. Evans able to rise to the occasion, and his first main roster PLE thrive under the bright lights of Seattle and leave King and Queen of the Ring the new Cruiserweight Champion. And Evans throwing himself right back in the fire, issuing an open challenge with that Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Oh, well, this is gonna be a good one. No matter which one it is, we are in for fireworks to kick things off here at Minneapolis. Axiom and Nathan Frazier, better known as Fraxium, the former WWE Tag Team Champions. And it looks as if Nathan Frazier is going to be the one answering this open challenge tonight. We got to give your hats off to the young OG Javon Evans. Less than a week ago, a grueling battle against Dominic Mysterio, and now throw an opportunity right into the line of the rest of the Cruiserweight division. Javon Evans wants to be a fighting champion, issuing this open challenge earlier today. Nathan Frazier the one to accept it, and this is going to be one hell of a way to kick things off in the middle of a capacity Target Center in the Twin Cities. The Cruiserweight Championship of the world is on the line on a night that features AJ Styles speaking for the first time since King of the Ring, and Money in the Bank qualifiers kick it off here on SmackDown.
Introducing the challenger. From Jersey in the Channel Islands, weighing in at 182 pounds, Nathan Frazier. And his opponent, from Greensboro, North Carolina, weighing in at 170 pounds, the WWE Cruiserweight Champion, Javon Evans.
Well, here we go. Javon Evans, days removed from winning that Cruiserweight Championship, maybe handing it over for the first and final time here as Nathan Frazier gazing in to what could be his future. An open challenge for the Cruiserweight Championship of the World kicking us off tonight. You gotta imagine this is gonna go a mile a minute. Don't blink or you might miss the action between a man whose mantra is never slow down and of course the young OG, the 21-year-old champion. Here we go, the bell has sounded, we are underway on what should be an action-packed night on Thursday Night SmackDown. Nathan Frazier looking to make the most of this opportunity. Javon Evans already sent to the outskirts of the squared circle. Here comes Frazier with a suicide tornado DDT. Never slow down is Nathan Frazier's mantra. Back inside the ring, springboard, drop kick. Frazier now hustles up into the pinfall. And Javon Evans able to survive the early flurry by one half of the former WWE Tag Team Champions and Nathan Frazier. Fraxium held those tag team titles from January to May. Now Nathan Frazier could be bringing some singles championship gold to the duo if this keeps up. All over Javon Evans since the bell sounded here in Minneapolis. Oh, there's Evans now. With an overhead boot right to Nathan Frazier. Javon Evans trying to get the wheels going in this contest. Evans looking to be a fighting champion, the one who issued this open challenge to anybody in the Cruiserweight division. Nathan Frazier, the first man to sign on the dotted line. Evans now out of the corners, got Nathan Frazier hung up in the bottom rope and a slingshot guillotine leg drop by the champion. Javon Evans starting to roll. Here he comes into the ring with the X Factor to retain the title here, not just yet. And what did we say? Don't blink or you might miss the action. Two young stars here on Thursday Night SmackDown, leaving everything inside of the squared circle, and this matchup is just getting underway. The last minute and a half. Nathan Frazier now takes down the champion once more. And a kick by Evans. Well, Evans wants to be a fighting champion and issued this open challenge, but that does not mean he's looking to let that gold slip out of his fingers tonight. Looking to prove himself worthy of sitting at the top, sitting at the helm of the Cruiserweight division. Look at that springboard off the top into the head scissors. Nathan Frazier now beating somebody who loves to fly around this ring just as much as Fraxium does. Evans cutting Nathan Frazier in half in the corner. Frazier on a bit of a wobbly foundation. Springboard crossbody by Evans. Javon Evans got some height to him. That's a lot of or I should say a hell of a big frame coming down on Nathan Frazier. Evans now on top. Frog splash by the Cruiserweight champion. And another near fall here. This matchup hot and heavy since the opening bell. You expect nothing less a part of the Cruiserweight division here on SmackDown. High-octane energy, high-octane offense. Javon Evans now starting to slow the pace down at least for a moment, just trying to measure his challenger and find out what his next move's gonna be. Can't wait too long though, because Nathan Frazier happily will pick up the steam. Discus kick takes the champion off his feet. Shooting star press. And Javon Evans able to kick out, but Nathan Frazier there, at the slightest hesitation by the young OG, starts to wrestle his style about. Starting to unload on Evans with a couple of chops. Javon now into the ropes. Nathan Frazier tackles him down. Now it's Javon Evans who's looking up at the lights of the Target Center. Frazier scales the ropes. What's Frazier got in mind there? He's got a pair of knees for the champion code breaker-like maneuver. Into the cover to win the gold. Not just yet. Nathan Frazier and Javon Evans running at each other. Full head of steam tonight. Javon now crawling away to the corner. Hoisted on top. I don't know what Frazier's got in mind, but it's got to be disastrous for the champion. Frazier going to meet him up there. Get a load of that Frankensteiner. Javon Evans down, dead center of the ring. Frazier back up top. Swanton bomb right on the button. And another near fall here in this open challenge for the Cruiserweight Championship of the World. Nathan Frazier off the top of the Frankensteiner, off the top of the Swanton Bomb, but the young OG proven to be resilient once again, just like he did this past Sunday night in Seattle. Frazier now trying to grab a hold of the boots. Javon Evans saying not today, shoves them off. And there's that corkscrew by the young OG. That's how he kicked off the match this past Sunday night in the Emerald City. Javon Evans had to dig deep down in his bag of tricks. Believe with his heart and soul that he could get the job done against Dominic Mysterio on Sunday night. Does he have it in him again? Evans now once again hoisted on top off the reversal by Frazier. Closed fist right to the jawline. Frazier's going back up to the tippy top rope. Spanish fly to the Cruiserweight Champion. Into the cover goes Frazier to win the gold. No! Javon Evans still in this matchup. What an incredible maneuver by Nathan Frazier here. Javon Evans able to sidestep with that super kick. Wipes out the challenger. Now it's Nathan Frazier the one. Back up against the proverbial brick wall. What's Javon Evans got in mind here? Javon Evans has got to start rolling. Nathan Frazier has dished out some incredible offense over the last couple of minutes. Javon may be surviving, but he's far from thriving. But let's see what he's got here. Split-legged moonsault. Nathan Frazier now trying to regroup. I don't think Javon Evans is going to give him that satisfactory R&R. Frazier's hoisted on top. Evans' wheels are a-spinning. Oh, get a load of this. Neck breaker from an elevated position. Nathan Frazier on spaghetti legs. OG cutter. Javon Evans will retain the Cruiserweight Championship of the world.
Here is your winner, and still the WWE Cruiserweight.
Oh, wait a minute here. Javon Evans retaining his Cruiserweight Championship in an incredible matchup against Nathan Frazier. Watch your back. Dominic Mysterio has arrived. The former Cruiserweight Champion ambushing Javon from behind, and now the beatdown gonna commence. Well, Dominic Mysterio obviously not satisfied with the result from King and Queen of the Ring. And oh no, Dom's not done. He's got a steel chair, and Javon Evans is prone for an attack. Oh, wait a minute here. The Cardiac Kid, Wesley, who's had Javon's back before, gonna chase Dominic Mysterio off tonight. Well, Wesley ensuring that things aren't gonna go from bad to worse for the Cruiserweight Champion. So much action on the horizon. Next week on SmackDown, a week from Saturday in Bridgeport at Saturday night's main event. All on the road to the biggest party of the summer, SummerSlam. But it is main event time from the KeyBank Center in Buffalo. The Judgment Day continue to move closer and closer to holding all the power on Thursday nights.
is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring at a combined weight of 390 pounds, Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio, the Judgment Day.
Well, in case you've been living under a rock, it was this past Sunday on the Money in the Bank kickoff show for No Nation Gaming channel members. Replay available now. The 2 out of 3 falls matchup between Dominic Mysterio and Javon Evans for the Cruiserweight Championship of the world. You hate to give the devil his due. With no questions asked, Dominic Mysterio able to defeat Javon Evans and win back the Cruiserweight Championship. Evans with an exciting couple of week reign, riding off the heels of King and Queen of the Ring at the beginning of the month, but Dominic Mysterio righting that wrong for the Judgment Day and bringing back championship gold. Liv Morgan unable to take down the contract this past Sunday. However, Finn Balor did for the men's side. We saw him floating that thing around, flaunting it around earlier tonight in the face of AJ Styles. The Judgment Day want to sit at the helm of Thursday nights, and like them or not, this past Sunday night, they moved one step closer to doing so. They look to rid themselves of some enemies here in Javon Evans and AJ Styles on SmackDown.
Your boy is bouncy.
He ain't got nothing to be ashamed of in defeat. That's for damn sure. Defeating Dominic Mysterio back in Seattle. Retaining that championship 2 weeks in a row against Nathan Frazier and Axiom here on SmackDown. A bump in the road on Sunday, yes, but the young OG has turned a lot of heads, and he's got a bright future ahead of him each and every Thursday night on the Blue brand.
And their opponents, first from Greensboro, North Carolina, weighing in at 170 pounds, Javon.
It was Javon Evans who scored the first pinfall. That 2 out of 3 falls matchup unfortunately was unable to close the deal. Dominic Mysterio with 2 decisions in a row where he won back the Cruiserweight title on Sunday night in the Bell Center. Well, Javon Evans looking to get even with Dirty Dom and move one step closer to another go-around for the Cruiserweight Championship. And after the brawl earlier tonight, I think AJ Styles is looking to knock Finn Balor's lights out with one precision, phenomenal forearm. And it's all on the road to his World Championship matchup at SummerSlam.
And from Gainesville, Georgia, weighing in at 218 pounds, the phenomenal
Well, AJ Styles has had issues with the Judgment Day for months. He's battled Finn Balor, he's battled Dominic Mysterio, just as Javon Evans, among others, have here on SmackDown. AJ Styles has got Ilja Draguov for the World Championship at SummerSlam, but tonight a different story to be told as he looks to get even with the group that has left him laying just as earlier tonight. AJ Styles, Javon Evans, you want to talk about a dream team. It's like looking at the present and the future of this industry. Extremely similar styles. Javon Evans really resembles a young AJ Styles at times inside of that ring. Well, AJ Styles got dropped by Finn Balor at the top of this program here in Buffalo. Now back into the ring with both Balor and Dirty Dom. Javon Evans has got his own score to settle with the new Cruiserweight champion. A lot of underlining stories on this tag team main event. AJ Styles has been in tag team situations with the Judgment Day in the past. You go back to the month of May. Himself, along with the world champion Ilja Draguov, fell short to Dom and Finn Balor in a tag team main event here on SmackDown. Javon Evans hoping that him and Styles are going to have different results. Of course, this is the Judgment Day we're speaking about here, so the numbers game always in their corner. Unfortunately, not the first time we are seeing Liv Morgan tonight, as she just distracted Asuka and really aided Raquel Rodriguez in that win a little bit earlier on. But AJ Styles and Javon Evans are going to cancel out the noise, ignore the Judgment Day at ringside, and wrestle their style of matchup. Hard-hitting, high-octane, high energy. That is what Styles and Javon bring to the squared circle. Dominic Mysterio has just been the punching bag of Styles and Evans since the opening bell, much to their pleasure. And now the Cruiserweight Champion again caught up in the tandem offense. Look at Evans, around and around he goes, taking Mysterio off his feet. You know, not only did Evans lose the Cruiserweight Championship this past... Oh, wait a minute, hold that thought. This is what we're talking about moments ago. Evans rallying here, and there's Liv Morgan on the apron, where she shouldn't be, distracting the young OG. Dominic Mysterio gonna take advantage. That's the naivety of Javon Evans, unfortunately unable to brush off that distraction, and Dominic Mysterio gonna make him pay. There's a tag made to Finn Balor. You know, we were talking about moments ago. Not only did Javon Evans lose the Cruiserweight Championship to Dom this past Sunday, but he has been dropped by Dominic Mysterio with sneak attacks in recent weeks here on SmackDown as well. Javon Evans, there's a lot of retribution, a lot of receipts that are ahead in the Judgment Day's way if he can have his way and start getting some victories where it matters most. I don't think it's going to come at the expense of Finn Balor, at least at this given moment. Balor all over the young OG. Mr. Money in the Bank took down that contract this past Sunday. Celebration a little bit thwarted earlier tonight as the arrival of Damian Priest, Monday Night Raw superstar, who has been trying to get his hands on Finn for months across the WWE. Well, again, we touched on it earlier, but we will mention it again. Damian Priest was escorted out of the building earlier on tonight. Priest no longer here, so Balor at least doesn't have to worry about that issue at this given time. Judgment Day can give their undivided attention to recent rivals in Javon Evans and AJ Styles. It's an opportunity here for the Judgment Day as well to try to thwart some of that momentum away from Styles ahead of SummerSlam. Not necessarily affects them directly in a sense, as it'll be Styles and Draguov one-on-one. But all the times that Judgment Day has been a thorn in the side of AJ for the last couple of months on SmackDown, you know they would take great satisfaction. There's a cheap shot on Styles that time. You know they would take great satisfaction in making sure AJ Styles' road to SummerSlam doesn't get any easier. Tag made once again to the Prince Finn Balor as Dominic Mysterio came in, continued to beat down, and got a shot in the phenomenal AJ Styles for good measures. Judgment Day certainly happy in their efforts. Ever since Balor was drafted to SmackDown and Dom came as well, these two men have completely reshaped the foundation of the Judgment Day. New members, new look, new attitude, all in search of the power, all in search of the top spots here on Thursday night. AJ Styles really striking a chord with Finn earlier tonight, mentioning the fact that Balor has had two opportunities to win the world title. There's another cheap shot on Styles. Mentioning the fact that Balor has had two opportunities at the world title in recent months that have gone by the wayside. Ilja Draguov able to turn away Finn back at Clash of the Castle, able to defeat both Finn and Jey Uso back at King and Queen of the Ring at the beginning of this month. Finn Balor obviously feeling a new sense of confidence now that he holds the Money in the Bank briefcase. AJ Styles bringing up a great point. Just because you have that contract, yes, it does favor you and does give your chances of becoming champion that much higher, but it is not a guaranteed ticket to the top. Oh, man! That kick right to the jawline, right to the mustache of Dominic Mysterio. Certainly ain't a ticket to the top for the Judgment Day either. Evans being picked apart by Mysterio and Balor the last couple of minutes. Now the young OG gonna try to rally here in the Keybank Center. Buffalo, New York coming alive. Javon Evans off the springboard. Crossbody takes the champion off his feet. Evans and Mysterio starting to become extremely familiar with one another. And there's a much-needed tag to the King of the Ring, the #1 contender for the world title, the phenomenal AJ Styles, who comes in a house of fire. Oh, look at JD McDonough trying to distract the phenomenal one. He did just for enough time for Mysterio to come from behind. Crucifix pinfall, but I think it's going to take a hell of a lot more to keep down Styles, especially less than 4 weeks out from his World Championship match. AJ Styles taking the fight to Dirty Dom. AJ Styles defeated Mysterio back in the first round of the King of the Ring tournament. One of several victories that eventually led Styles to wearing the crown and earning his shot at SummerSlam. Styles all kinds of fired up as the Cruiserweight champion on spaghetti legs, the #1 contender for the world's title. Springboard, moonsault to the neck breaker. Who doesn't like Styles? Phenomenal, as always, but Mysterio's still alive. AJ Styles writing a new chapter of the story of this contest as the Judgment Day were controlling for a few moments there. Now some distance created. Dominic Mysterio, a sense of urgency. 619 on AJ Styles. Into the halo. Dominic Mysterio about to pull off a huge upset this time. AJ Styles still alive. Mysterio pulling out some signature maneuvers. Unfortunately for him, AJ Styles is double tough. There's the tag made to Finn, and we are back where we were earlier tonight when SmackDown went on the air. Balor and Styles coming to blows inside and outside of the squared circle. AJ Styles rolling to the outside, trying to get his wits about him here in the middle of the Key Bank Center. But there's Finn Balor with the suicide dive. Finn Balor looking to thwart the momentum of AJ Styles tonight. Give him something to think about on the road to SummerSlam. AJ Styles sent back inside of the ring as the Judgment Day look to pick the bones of the #1 contender and the former Cruiserweight champion of Javon Evans, who, just as we mentioned, gets knocked off the apron by the dirty tactics of the Judgment Day. Never afraid to bend the rules are this group. McDonough, Carlito, and Liv forced to watch at ringside as Styles drops Finn for a moment. Oh, well, speaking of the Devils, trying to distract AJ. I think AJ just played into the Judgment Day's hand right there. Goats Balor in. The elbow. Now has got Finn in enemy territory. Tag made to the young OG. Javon Evans here. Tandem offense by the present, by the future. Javon Evans resembles a hell of a lot of AJ Styles' arsenal. Into the Blue Thunder Bomb. Nearly puts this matchup away. If it weren't for the Judgment Day, if it weren't for Dirty Dom, this matchup would have been over. And again, Liv, McDonough, Carlito trying to do all they can, yelling and screaming like a couple of children at ringside, trying to distract Javon. And it's going to pay the Judgment Day and Finn Balor dividends. Another tag made to Dominic Mysterio, the Cruiserweight champion of the world, who's got his eyes locked on Evans, and now into the Code Red. Javon Evans and AJ Styles have shown some signs of life throughout this matchup. They can see daylight on the horizon, but every time you think they have turned the tables, the Judgment Day have just had an answer. What a drop kick by Evans! Oh, the fight breaking down at ringside here. Balor going after Styles. The two illegal competitors going at it on the outskirts of the squared circle. That's going to distract Evans momentarily. Oh, but Evans able to go right after Dirty Dom. AJ Styles getting sent to the steel steps. Liv Morgan distracting Evans. Referee Chad Patton's got his hands full at the given moment. Crucifix bomb there. Mysterio nearly stole the victory away from the man he defeated this past Sunday night in Montreal. Nice counter by Evans and takes Mysterio off his feet. Balor and AJ brawling. All the while, Evans hanging in there. OG Cutter! OG Cutter on the Cruiserweight champ. Finn Balor trying to break things up, but he's too late. Javon Evans pinning the shoulders of Dirty Dom.
Here are your winners, the team of Javon Evans and AJ Styles.
A resilient effort. Javon Evans and AJ Styles getting the job done and sticking it to their rivals in the Judgment Day here tonight. We gotta believe Javon Evans is gonna be coming back, looking for another shot at the Cruiserweight Championship. All the while, AJ Styles looks to put the Judgment Day behind him and focus on Ilja Draguov en route to SummerSlam. We are back live here in Pittsburgh on Thursday Night SmackDown. 8 women set to enter that ring. The last woman standing will challenge Kairi Sane for the Women's United States Championship a week from Sunday in Cleveland on the SummerSlam kickoff show. Naomi knows a thing or two about being in the ring with the Sky Pirate. 7 women have entered. But it ain't over until the Juggernaut makes her way down the aisle.
And their opponent from Austin, Texas, Jordan Grace.
Jordan Grace, the newest acquisition to Thursday Night SmackDown, who arrived just 2 weeks ago, accepting an open challenge by Kairi Sane. Jordan Grace, unfortunately for her, coming up short in her pursuit of the Women's United States Championship. But man, oh man, how the tables have quickly turned. Another opportunity that Jordan Grace can kick down tonight. If she can be the last woman standing, she'll be right back in the ring with Kairi in 10 nights in Huntington Bank Field. What is a stacked field here full of SmackDown superstars? Who is going to gain the opportunity and challenge Kairi Sane on the SummerSlam kickoff show? Bell has sounded. We are underway. A lot of action going to be taking place in the confines of that ring. We will do our damnedest to try to keep up with all of it. Of course, the SummerSlam kickoff show exclusive to all Donation Gaming channel members. You can sure become a channel member and don't miss out on the events that will be taking place prior to our special start time of 4 p.m. a week from Sunday in Cleveland. A lot of action inside of that ring as Chelsea Green, Liv Morgan going at it. You gotta wonder if Chelsea and Piper, tag team partners, there'll be any action there and try to divide and conquer the rest of the field. It could all come down to Chelsea and Piper. Remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Bayley and Naomi, who have teamed up in recent memory, even challenged for the Women's Tag Team Championship in the early part of June, going at it on the far side of the ring right now. Obviously, both women hoping for a singles opportunity. Some newcomers in recent months in there like Jordan Grace and Giulia. Naomi, who just returned entirely to the WWE back in the month of March. SmackDown's women's division thriving with talent at the given moment. Only one of these superstars will challenge for the championship. So the victors goes the spoils. Remains to be seen who that will be. It almost wasn't Bayley. Looks like she's trying to hold on there as Chelsea Green trying to get the first elimination of the matchup, but obviously easier said than done. Gotta have eyes in the back of your head in this kind of matchup. Any given moment, somebody can come clock you in the back of the head, trying to dump you over the top rope. It is really anybody's ball game in a battle royal. Over the top rope, both feet hit the floor, you are eliminated. You see Giulia and Jordan Grace going at it. Be a hell of a one-on-one matchup someday here on SmackDown. Giulia and Jordan, two of SmackDown's hottest newcomers in recent time. Jordan literally just 2 weeks ago arriving on SmackDown. And a great matchup against Kairi Sane. I'm sure she could learn a thing or two from her loss if she is able to get back in the ring with the Sky Pirate. And I don't know if anybody saw from the far side of the ring, it looked like Piper Niven just saved Chelsea Green from disaster that time. Even Zelina Vega tried to get in on that partnership, and Piper Niven saying, hey, that ain't gonna last long. Oh, look at the strength by the Juggernaut. Jordan Grace just picking up Piper Niven and slamming her down. Naomi and Jordan going at it. Those two women with history.
Zelina Vega has been eliminated.
Giulia eliminating the First Lady of the LWO, Zelina Vega. First elimination of this contest. Oh, wait a minute. Keep your eyes. There goes Chelsea.
Green has been eliminated.
Well, how apropos, Chelsea Green nearly eliminated Bayley in the early moments of this matchup. Well, Bayley eliminating Chelsea Green, bringing the field to 6 here in the middle of the PPG Paints Arena. Talking about Jordan Grace, Naomi, they continue to go at it. Meanwhile, Bayley with the elbow drop from the top on Piper. Giulia and Liv going at it. Those two women who had a great contest back in the Queen of the Ring semi-final bout. Remember Liv Morgan pinning the shoulders of Asuka in that tag team matchup last week, alongside Raquel Rodriguez against the Kabuki Warriors. Liv Morgan's even been in the ring with Kairi Sane in a non-title matchup going back to the first round of the Queen of the Ring tournament. She was victorious on that night. Who's to say she couldn't keep down Kairi again? Well, look at Piper. Piper getting taken down with the head scissors by Naomi. And now it's Jordan. Spotlight on her. The power slam on Bayley. And so much action to try to keep your eyes on here. It looks like Liv and Naomi, the odd couple now, trying to eliminate Piper. They do.
Piper Niven has been eliminated.
Well, it took two women, but they're able to get the Scottish Destroyer, if you will, over the top rope. Maybe a favorite to win this matchup. There goes Piper Niven. We are down to 5, and the superstar shining right here. Naomi with a rear view. Jordan over the top. Jordan holding on. Great strength shown by the Juggernaut. Bayley now. Rose plant. Code breaker by Liv. And now it's Giulia. Tries to take out Liv from behind. There's the Oblivion. Almost everybody down for the moment here. And there goes Naomi.
Has been eliminated.
Naomi eliminated. As the fatigue of this matchup starts to set in, and some of these women are throwing their best shots. Down to 4 here, that being Liv, Jordan, Bayley, and Giulia. Liv crashing and burning off that drop kick, trying to shake off the cobwebs, however, and focus on one of SmackDown's newest acquisitions. Well, here's Giulia now, dropping Liv Morgan right on her crown. And any one of these women would make for a hell of a battle against Kairi Sane in Huntington Bank Field a week from Sunday on the SummerSlam kickoff show. Liv Morgan trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Obviously, you got to go over the top rope. Liv knows that. There goes Jordan.
Jordan Grace has been eliminated.
Bayley able to take out the Juggernaut. Huge eliminations by Bayley throughout this matchup. And Giulia may be next if this offense by Liv keeps up. There's Bayley from behind into the Saito. That's what we were talking about earlier on. You got to have eyes in the back of your head, which is easier said than done, because at any given moment, somebody's coming from behind trying to clock you. Just like this, Bayley had her back turned. She nearly gets eliminated, but Giulia gets a knee for her troubles. Giulia might have her bell rung this time. Bayley trying to go after the beautiful madness. Not just yet. A nice counter there. Down to 3 as Giulia starting to dominate the ring. Giulia, Bayley, and Liv. One of these women will be the next #1 contender. There's the backbreaker by Giulia. Taking out Bayley once more. Liv Morgan, I'm sure, would be oh so satisfactory for her to eliminate Giulia after Giulia eliminated Liv from the Queen of the Ring tournament all the way back on the first SmackDown of July. Can't forget about Bayley, however, who was challenged for championship gold in recent memory as well. Now looking for a singles opportunity, another Saito. Giulia gonna need some ice after this matchup, and maybe Bayley's gonna need some as well. She eats a pair of knees by Liv, and Giulia drops Liv with a big boot. Bayley brought to her feet. The beautiful madness looking to continue her success as she drops Bayley right on her dome. Bayley might be ripe for the pickings, and it looks like Liv Morgan's going to be the one to try to toss Bayley out of this matchup. Bayley teetered in the corner. Giulia got to keep her eyes on the game here. Liv Morgan once again sent her to the top rope. Giulia going to pick her spot. Sends Bayley and she just collapses into the corner. All these women got to be running on E. Bayley sent over the top rope, trying to skin the cat. Too late. Bayley eliminated by Giulia. We are down to 2. The Beautiful Madness and the Judgment Day's representative. Liv Morgan right on the offense as soon as Giulia eliminated Bayley. Liv has been in the ring with Kairi Sane. She has beaten her in non-title action before, and she pinned another member of the Kabuki Warriors last week. Will Liv and that hot streak against that trio keep up? Or will Giulia continue to find success as she has on SmackDown since her arrival? Anybody's ball game here in the middle of Pittsburgh, all trying to gain a championship opportunity. Giulia creates some separation. Liv, however, well-timed counter into the code breaker out of the corner. Huge maneuver by Liv. Might have just taken an ounce of flesh out of the Beautiful Madness. Giulia now may be dazed, may be confused. Liv Morgan head scissors eliminates Giulia and wins #1 contendership.
Here is your winner, Liv Morgan.
Giulia putting up a hell of a fight throughout this entire battle royal. But the victor goes the spoils. And unfortunately that victor resides with that rotten Judgment Day.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Gainesville, Georgia, weighing in at 218 pounds, the phenomenal AJ Styles.
I cannot think of a better way to kick things off tonight on your Thursday night edition of SmackDown than with a SummerSlam return bout, and the stakes could not be any higher. It was back in Cleveland that AJ Styles defeated Ilja Draguov to become the World Heavyweight Champion. Styles basked in the glory of that championship win for mere minutes until the Judgment Day's Finn Balor would arrive on the scene and cash in the Money in the Bank contract against a weakened AJ Styles. Finn Balor now the rightful holder of the World Heavyweight Championship. That is at least until later tonight when he runs into main event Jey Uso. We'll see what happens there. But both AJ Styles and Ilja Dragunov with an argument to be the one true #1 contender, but only one man can challenge for the gold on the 19th of this month in Germany. Who will it be? We find out right here, right now on SmackDown. The Man Dragon is on the scene!
And his opponent from Moscow, Russia, weighing in at 187 pounds, Ilja Dragunov.
Well, AJ Styles and Ilja Dragunov put on one hell of a clinic back at SummerSlam, and tonight they run it back right here on SmackDown. These are two men who have been cornerstones of the SmackDown brand in 2025. You look at Ilja Dragunov, the 2025 Royal Rumble match winner, the victor in SmackDown's respective main event this year at WrestleMania. Holding the World Heavyweight Championship from the grandest stage of them all to the biggest party of the summer. One hell of a reign that we will not soon forget for the Tsar. But Ilja Dragunov is looking for his time without the heavyweight title of the world to be short-lived. If he can get through AJ Styles tonight, he's got himself a guaranteed rematch for the World Heavyweight Championship, whether it be against Finn Balor or against Jey Uso. We find out later tonight here in the Motor City. But Ilja Dragunov has got to try to do what he couldn't do at SummerSlam, and that's defeat AJ Styles. AJ Styles, the 2025 King of the Ring winner, a man who scratched and clawed and earned his way to championship glory at SummerSlam. Both of these men, no doubt, deserving challengers for the big gold belt, but only one man will be inside of the ring in the Uber Arena on Sunday night, October the 19th. Who will it be? We find out right now. The bell has sounded. We are underway here in Detroit. AJ Styles, Ilja Draguov, one-on-one from SummerSlam to right here on SmackDown. The #1 contendership for the heavyweight championship of the world is on the line. A lot of respect between these two individuals in the lead up to their contest at SummerSlam, and I'm sure great respect right here tonight. But as we saw back in Huntington Bank Field, when the bell sounds, that respect goes out the window. It is all trying to get the job done inside of that ring. SummerSlam, it was about the gold itself. Tonight, just an opportunity to challenge for the gold in a couple of weeks' time at the Bash in Berlin. Ilja Draguov has got to have in the back of his mind, can I defeat AJ Styles? I wasn't able to keep down this man when I emptied the arsenal at SummerSlam. And AJ Styles damn near did the same thing in his eventual victory of the Mad Dragon. Gotta wonder who is more motivated, if there's an equal motivation between these two men tonight. Ilja not only trying to get that win back against AJ Styles, but get back the World Heavyweight Championship, of course. AJ Styles looking to do what he did at SummerSlam. That's defeat Ilja Dragunov, but then the pressure, I should say, rolls into Bash in Berlin, where he's got to hope he can get the job done yet again to get back the World Heavyweight Championship. Again, he held for only mere minutes back at SummerSlam. Just as it was the biggest party of the summer, Styles and Dragunov tit for tat thus far. Two incredible athletes inside of that ring, two of the best in the world today. All in the name of trying to get back the heavyweight championship of the world, the most prestigious prize that we house here on Thursday Night SmackDown. I want to thank you for joining us live thus far tonight. It is going to be an incredible night of action. The World Heavyweight Championship, of course, headlining in your main event. So much bad blood between Finn Balor and Jey Uso. One final time they meet here tonight, and the stakes couldn't be any higher. Ilja Dragunov in control of this opening bout against AJ Styles. Dragunov, such an incredible talent inside of that ring that we have seen blossom throughout this year thus far. AJ Styles putting the shoulder up there, and I think Ilja Dragunov, especially after their encounter at SummerSlam, knew he wasn't going to get a victory that time. Maybe just trying to get into the psyche of AJ Styles, and also forcing to extend a little bit of unwanted energy. And there's Styles off the reversal, but keep your eyes on Dragunov, who uses the leverage to his advantage. Slingshot clothesline, taking Styles off the soles of his boots. Oh, there's Styles, delivering a boot right to the head of the Mad Dragon, and now takes him off his feet as well. Seen these two men be opponents. We've seen them be tag team partners. Tonight, they stand across the ring from each other again. #1 contendership on the line. Vintage maneuver out of the arsenal of the phenomenal one, but it's going to take more to keep down Dragunov, as AJ Styles knows what he had to do at SummerSlam. Final moments of that matchup, it was the brain buster on the top buckle, it was the phenomenal forearm, and it was the Styles clash. It was the combination of some devastating maneuvers that eventually kept down Ilja Dragunov. Styles may need to repeat history tonight if he's gonna get the 3 count. At the same time, AJ Styles knows that Ilja Dragunov has got to be expecting this such. And does AJ have anything in his arsenal to try to throw Ilja off his game? Dragunov on a wobbly foundation, and Styles just going to knock him right back down to size. Get up, knock you back down, keep that going in repetition, and you may have the victory. Incredible springboard moonsault down on the canvas, and another close call here in Detroit. AJ Styles going high risk, high reward. We expect nothing less from one of the greatest ever lace up a pair of boots. Styles now, burning hammer position in the move. The maneuver, we shall say, lands flush. Ilja rolling to the outskirts, trying to use the ropes to get back to his feet and try to regain some composure in this matchup. But AJ Styles firmly in the driver's seat right now. Again, Dragunov may have it in the back of his mind. Can I defeat AJ Styles? Can I do what I couldn't do when my gold was on the line? And there's Styles over the top rope, taking down Ilja. Dragunov is looking worse for wear right now in the middle of the Motor City. We may be one step closer to AJ Styles making the trip to Berlin, Germany to challenge either Finn Balor or Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight title. Sure, AJ Styles would love for that to be Finn Balor so he could try to get his retribution for what happened at SummerSlam and, quite frankly, all the history between those two men. I want to get ahead of ourselves here because there's a German into the bridge, and it was nearly Ilja Draguov going back to familiar soils in Germany. I'd imagine for Ilja Dragunov, extra motivated to get the job done here tonight. Not only to once again challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship, but to go back to the land that raised him and challenge for the gold on those home soils. Constantine special wipes out Styles. And another near fall here on SmackDown. Ilja Dragunov throwing everything he had behind that Constantine special, but AJ Styles still in this fight. AJ Styles, however, may be surviving but far from thriving. We have no idea how much that Constantine special took out of the Phenomenal One. AJ looking up at the lights of Little Caesars Arena right now. Dragunov, middle row position, and now he's the one throwing all his body at his opponent. Ilja Dragunov unable to defeat AJ Styles back at SummerSlam. Can he turn the tides tonight? Become #1 contender, just as Jey Uso was the one who defeated Finn Balor 2 weeks prior to SummerSlam. Will Balor be able to turn the tables on main event Jey in your main event clash later tonight? Nice combination out of the corner by Styles to get back into this matchup. AJ now on the apron, could be trying to eye up Ilja for phenomenal forearmer. Maybe just goaded him in that time. On the apron still, and a 450 splash by Styles. And Ilja Dragunov popping that shoulder up at 2.9. This matchup's gonna progress. But you see how much has been taken out of Ilja. Hell, even Styles as well. It's written all over the body language. Fatigue is setting in. How much more do these two men have left? Oof. German out of the corner by Styles. Usually it's Ilja Dragunov sending out those Germans to his opposers. But AJ Styles, a lot of tricks up his sleeve, we shall say. Ilja Dragunov may be in trouble. 450 splash didn't do it. AJ Styles is now heading to the top rope. Ilja Dragunov finding him mid-air and able to get out of dodge at the last second. AJ crashes and burns on the canvas, now set to the opposite side of the ring, and over he goes with the suplex. Ilja Dragunov may have just been rewarded the momentum back on a silver platter after that crash and burn by Styles moments ago. AJ now set into the corner. What's Ilja Dragunov got in mind? Trying to take every ounce of flesh out of AJ Styles. Oh no, Styles in trouble. And another overhead suplex. Ilja Dragunov wiping out Styles. The Motor City on their feet. Ilja far from done. AJ Styles taken to the outside. Here comes the man dragon soaring through the sky. AJ Styles nearly getting wiped out at ringside. We tried to get sent back inside the ring by Ilja. I think just the fatigue again of this matchup just collapses him down to the floor. Ilja Dragunov has got AJ Styles exactly where he wants him right now. Ilja may be on the verge of doing what he couldn't do at SummerSlam, and that's keeping down this year's King of the Ring winner. Dragunov primed and set to strike. H-bomb incoming, and AJ Styles got the boot up. No H-bomb to be delivered. A well-timed reversal by Styles. Another burning hammer that just collapses the flesh and bone of Ilja Dragunov. An incredible counter by the Phenomenal One. And now a drop kick takes Ilja off his feet. AJ Styles out on the apron once more. The Phenomenal Forearm lands. AJ to go to Bastion Merlin. Not just yet, Ilja Dragunov still alive. What a matchup to kick things off tonight in Detroit as Ilja Dragunov just collapses out of the corner. The Phenomenal Forearm unable to keep down the Czar. AJ Styles may need to do what he did at SummerSlam and pull out everything in his arsenal. A Styles Clash, a Brain Buster, whatever he's got. Ilja might have kicked out, but you see, he ain't got much left, using the ropes just to get to his feet. Dragunov now trying to create some distance. Throwing everything he had behind that chop. AJ Styles just saying, nuh-uh, not today. Goes to the forearm, lands it twice. Really able to get the hell out of dodge that time. Ilja Dragunov, look at this, stacking up AJ Styles. Pinfall here, he got him. Ilja Dragunov got him. Ilja Dragunov saw an opportunity and he took it. And he scored the victory over the man he was unable to defeat at SummerSlam. AJ Styles extending the hand, a sign of respect between these two incredible athletes. AJ will live to fight another day, but Ilja Dragunov gets another crack at the heavyweight title on October the 19th in Germany at Bash in Berlin.
The following is scheduled for one fall and is for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Well, Finn Balor might have left SummerSlam with the World Heavyweight title, but there is a lot of enemies that got a bone to pick with the Judgment Day, including this man. One of the most popular superstars walking WWE today. Main event, Jey Uso. It was about a year ago this time that Jey Uso moved over to SmackDown. He had that opportunity because himself and his brother were banished off of Monday Night Raw thanks to Finn Balor and the Judgment Day. Jey Uso went on to capture the United States Championship, held it all the way till this year at WrestleMania. And of course, it was after WrestleMania and the draft lottery that Finn Balor and the rest of the Judgment Day reshaping the group and moving over here to SmackDown. Finn Balor and Jey Uso's problems have been reignited ever since. And quite frankly, they've gone unresolved. Both of them have had some moments here and there, but tonight is where it all comes down to. An incredible sight. Live inside Little Caesars Arena. Nearly 2 years of history between Jey Uso and Finn Balor, and it comes to a head right here tonight for the World Heavyweight Championship. This may be the biggest match in Jey Uso's career. You know, we talk about the history between Jey and Finn. One of the biggest chapters in the Judgment Day and Bloodline story, really the story that brought these two men together, was right here in Detroit, SummerSlam 2024, when the Bloodline conquered the Judgment Day in 4-on-4 warfare. All this time later, we're back here in the Motor City, and it's Finn Balor who is on top of Thursday Night SmackDown as the heavyweight champion of the world. Well, Finn Balor is walking into the Lion's Den tonight. Jey Uso's been waiting for this style of opportunity for quite some time. Not only is it a chance to get another crack at Finn Balor, but it's an opportunity to become the World Heavyweight Champion. Finn Balor walking down the aisle with that title for the very first time that they're capturing it at SummerSlam. And we know after earlier tonight that the winner of this matchup moves directly 2 weeks from Sunday to Berlin, Germany, the Bash in Berlin, where they will defend the championship against the new #1 contender, the Mad Dragon, Ilja Draguov. Well, Dragunov has been in the ring with both of these superstars, going back to King and Queen of the Ring a couple of months ago in Seattle. Ilja defeated Finn and Jay in a triple threat match to retain the world title on that night. A lot of the top stars and their stories intertwined on SmackDown when it all boils down to one thing. You're looking at it around the waist. It all comes down to the World Heavyweight Championship that Finn Balor currently possesses. Well, here we go. It is your main event live from the Motor City. The World Heavyweight Championship is on the line.
Introducing the challenger. From San Francisco, California, weighing in at 242 pounds. Main event, Jey Uso! And his opponent, from Bray, County Wicklow, Ireland, weighing in at 190 pounds. The World Heavyweight Champion, Finn Balor!
Jay has defeated Finn. Finn has defeated Jay. But tonight, the most important matchup in their long storied history. Right here, live on SmackDown, in the main event for the World Heavyweight title. The winner moves directly to Bash in Berlin. Who will it be? We're going to find out right here, right now. The bell has sounded and we are underway. Jey Uso hot out of the gate. It's only 2 weeks prior to SummerSlam, as we mentioned, that Jey Uso was able to pin the shoulders of Finn Balor, albeit with a little bit of assistance from Damian Priest, but let's not act like Jey Uso couldn't have done it on his own. Jey Uso has defeated Finn Balor. Finn has defeated Jey, as we mentioned. It all boils down to this tonight. Balor, take it out of the ring. Here comes main event. Jey Uso over the top rope. Jey, guns a-blazing early, the only way he knows how, taking the fight to Finn Balor all in the name of the World Heavyweight title. Jey obviously getting this fight back between the ropes. That's where he can win the championship tonight. Cannot do so. The account under disqualification. Finn Balor, and I'm sure he knows it well and is very happy of it, has that championship advantage here tonight with the title on the line. Finn Balor, of course, as we talked about, started off SummerSlam at the lowest of lows, coming up short to his old running mate in Damian Priest. But Balor quickly turned it around just about 2 hours later when he cashed in the Money in the Bank contract to win the title. But here's Jey, looking to win the same gold and take it away from the Judgment Day Clubhouse, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than that here tonight. Think about the storied battles between these two men. It was last September at No Mercy. The Judgment Day booted the Usos off of Monday Night Raw. Hell, it was earlier this year at Backlash that Jey and Jimmy Uso ignited for the first time since that night and defeated Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio in tag team action. Their paths crossing here on SmackDown on Premium Live Events, and it all boils down to this. Balor and Jey and their long, long history with the World Heavyweight Championship on the line. It's almost become one of those situations that'll never truly be over, never truly be finished. There's no grudge that'll ever truly be settled between Balor and Jey. They're always going to have a disdain for each other. They're always going to have a problem with one another. But tonight, the most important bout, at least up to this point, between these two individuals. World titles on the line. Winner moves directly to 2 weeks from Sunday to defend the gold against Ilja Dragunov. Finn Balor, who has lost to Ilja Dragunov in singles competition in the past, Sure is not pleased that the #1 contender for the championship has already been determined. Balor cannot be focused on a possible matchup with Ilja Draguov. He's got to focus on Jey Uso right now, and that's exactly what he's doing. Gotta wonder if it's in the back of Balor's mind what happened the last time these two men were in the ring. His shoulders getting pinned to the mat by Jey Uso. Is that a confidence booster for Jey? Is that a detriment to Finn? We are gonna find out as this matchup progresses. Knee right to the abdominal. That'll knock the wind out of you for sure, but Jey Uso knows tonight of all nights, he's gotta let adrenaline fuel him. He's gotta fight through the pain and punishment. World Championship opportunities don't come around every day. Jey Uso now set in the far corner. Finn Balor picking up some steam. Chop into the drop kick. A lot of strikes being thrown by the Prince in this matchup thus far. Balor certainly pleased with his efforts. Finn Balor keeping down AJ Styles when he cashed in the Money in the Bank contract at SummerSlam, but that was a weakened individual. Now it's his first true World Championship matchup. He's the one defending the gold, and Jey Uso came in 100%. It is all on the shoulders of Finn Balor to put in the work and get the job done. Finn Balor, like him or not, he has done a good job of taking this crowd out of it. Silencing all of his naysayers in the building and trying to take all of Jey Uso's supporters down. Balor continues to wrestle this style of matchup. Jey Uso's World Heavyweight Championship hopes may be thwarted, and there's a brain buster by Balor. Pack it up, send it home. This one's over. Maybe not. Jey Uso still alive. Balor just dropping Jey right on his crown somehow. One of the most decorated tag team wrestlers of all time, a former United States champion, is still in this fight. Maybe not for long. Here's Balor with a buckle bomb. That is going to take a lot out of Jey Uso as we get deeper into this matchup and championship rounds start to creep in. How much is Jey going to have left? It's one thing to survive. It's a whole other thing to thrive. If Balor's got to meticulously pick apart Jey Uso, rest assured he will do it. I think against anybody in that inside of that ring, Balor would have no problem picking apart Jey. Jey brought back to his feet by Finn, only to be taken down. Side effect-like maneuver. Balor firmly in the driver's seat, feeling confident, as we mentioned before, not giving Jey Uso any signs of hope. Oh, there you go. There's one. Jey creates some distance. And now a kick takes the world champion off his feet. Jey Uso now realizing he's got to start playing catch up. He's got to rally here in the Motor City. Take the fight to Finn. Get this place loud and noisy. Throw Finn off his game. Give him everything he's got. Jey just mowing over Finn that time. Balor on a wobbly foundation. Pop up, neck breaker to win the title. No! Finn Balor getting the shoulder up, a close call for main event Jey Uso. I'll tell you, it was right here on SmackDown, Halloween night to be exact, last year, that Jey Uso defeated Carmelo Hayes to become the United States champion. Could it be right here on SmackDown, October the 2nd, 2025, where Jey Uso defeats Finn Balor to become the World Heavyweight Champion? Finn Balor hoisted on top by the challenger. The champion in trouble. Oh no, Samoan drop position. Finn Balor able to get out of it, and he just snake eyes his Jey. Oh man. Oh, what a double stomp to the chest cavity. The precursor to the coup de grace. Jey trying to get to his feet. Balor middle rope. Wanted the drop kick, nobody home. And a spear by Uso. Cutting Finn in half. Championship gold on the line. But it's not over yet. Jey Uso able to get the hell out of dodge of that drop kick. Delivers the spear. And with the Motor City on their feet, no 3 count to be had just yet. Jay going for the super kick. Finn Balor able to catch the shoe. And in a dragon screw. Jey Uso might have shown his best hands thus far in this matchup. Balor might have instituted too much punishment for Jay to fight through any longer. Oh no. Jay just sent right into the post. Finn Balor able to survive that spear moments ago, although I'm sure his ribcage has got to be hurting. Jey Uso throwing all 200 plus pounds right through the World Heavyweight Champion. However, it is Jey Uso who is currently down on the canvas, and it could be moments away from that being for good. Jay looking up at the lights of Little Caesars Arena. Another boot right to the crown of the Prince. Maybe Jay still has something left. And a rally here in the middle of Detroit. Ooh. Knocking Finn off his feet. Kick to the abdominal. I don't know if he got all of it that time. Balor's got a kick for him. Jay catches the boot. Oh! There we go! Maybe we should not discount the efforts of the challenger. Maybe we should not underestimate the challenger. Jay's beaten Finn Balor before. Can he do it again? Balor into the ropes. Balor puts the brakes on. However, it's Jey Uso who's going to recapitalize. Stacking up Finn Balor here. Oh, and Balor reverses the pressure. Last second, pinfall of his own. Jey Uso's able to pop out of it. Balor now grabs a hold of the challenger again, just trying to slow down his momentum here in the Motor City. Jey Uso continues to put the brakes on. Middle rope he goes, however, might have waited a little bit too long and doesn't have enough to capitalize before Finn does. Just yanking him off the middle rope. Balor again with that precursor double stomp. And now Jay in the drop zone. Balor's going up. Coup de grace to main event Jey Uso. But Jay still alive here in Detroit. How the hell is Jey Uso still in this fight? Balor with the coup de grace. Jey Uso somehow has still got something left. Oh, well, look at this. Jay gets to his feet, but barely. Balor takes him down, 1916 style. Jey Uso might have just been coasted on fumes with that kick out. Now Balor's back up top. Oh, no. That standing coup de grace, just how he defeated AJ Styles at SummerSlam. This one's over. Finn Balor retains the World Heavyweight title.
Here is your winner, and still the World Heavyweight Champion, Finn Balor.
Jey Uso with one hell of an effort. Nothing to be ashamed of in defeat. But Finn Balor conquers his old rival and now moves into a Clash at the Castle rematch in Berlin, Germany. But this time it is the Prince who houses the World Heavyweight Champion, and it's the Mad Dragon, Ilja Draguov, who is on his tail. What a matchup that is going to be 2 weeks from Sunday. Oh man, at Bash in Berlin, where this man, the Tsar, Ilja Dragunov, is hoping to head back to familiar soils and recollect the World Heavyweight title. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wait a minute, hold on here, we're not done just yet. Damian Priest is in the ring. Damian, south of heaven to the World Heavyweight Champion Finn Balor. Finn Balor could not have been expecting Priest again here tonight. Balor brought to his feet. Damian now with a second south of heaven. Damian Priest, who defeated Finn at SummerSlam, but it looks like he's far from done. once again crossing enemy lines and sending a message to Finn Balor. And Balor just got reminded that when it comes to the World Heavyweight Championship, you always got a target on your back. Jordynne Grace very familiar with her opponent tonight. A woman who has made waves since she arrived on SmackDown back in June. The beautiful Madness, Giulia.
And her opponent from Tokyo, Japan, Giulia.
And if you want to talk about making waves, look no further than what happened 7 nights ago here on SmackDown. The Women's World Champion Io Sky, big non-title victory and a great matchup against the veteran in Bayley. But afterwards told the whole story as Giulia would enter the squared circle and stare eye to eye with Io Sky, potentially drawing the line in the sand and calling her shot for a future Women's World Championship opportunity. Well, Giulia obviously has done a lot of work here on SmackDown since arriving, but if she wants to battle the best in Io Sky for the Women's World Championship, she's got to keep moving up the ranks. She's got to get the job done where it matters most, and that's nights like tonight, where she's opposing a very hungry Jordynne Grace. Giulia has defeated Grace in recent history, going back to the No Nation Gaming channel member exclusive live event in August. Great Balls of Fire in Baltimore as a victory for Giulia on that night. By the sounds of it, in Evansville, they are firmly behind the beautiful Madness, but let's see if that is going to play a factor into this matchup. Giulia may want a Women's World Championship opportunity, but I'm sure if you ask Jordynne Grace, she would like those same honors. Both these women, newcomers to SmackDown throughout the summer, both quickly made waves down in NXT and proved themselves worthy of spots on the main roster. Now it's time to get the job done under the bright lights. We are live here in the Ford Center at Evansville. And the Juggernaut and the beautiful Madness set to battle it out once more. Jordynne Grace here. What a splash out of the corner. Former TNA Knockouts champion looking to turn away one of Stardom and Japan's best. Both these women have accomplished goals all throughout the wrestling industry, but now we're looking to crush new goals here on Thursday Night SmackDown. I'm sure the champions of the blue brand, such as the Women's World Champion in Io Sky, as well as the Women's United States Champion in the Judgment Day's Liv Morgan, got their eyes on this matchup. Very competitive division that's only getting better here on Thursday nights. Jordynne Grace starting out hot with that splash out of the corner. Giulia just putting everything she had behind that headbutt moments ago, and it was spinning back elbow by Jordynne Grace. Grace realized that she has got to bring her best against one of the world's best in Giulia here. Military press, and down goes the beautiful Madness. As we mentioned, Jordynne Grace has fallen short to Giulia in recent memory. She's not looking for that to happen again. Out of the corner, shoulder block right to the abdominal, belly-to-belly suplex. Grace now into the cover. Another pinfall in the matchup early on here. Giulia able to pop the shoulder. Two competitive women, both looking to raise their stocks here on SmackDown. This is what you get when you get two hungry individuals wanting opportunity. One physical fight in between those ropes. Nice counter by Giulia to a strong style forearm. Giulia got to be one of the hardest hitters on SmackDown, maybe even in the entire WWE today. Up against the power, and may be one of the most powerful in Jordynne Grace. Giulia's got Grace off her feet, however. Can she keep her there? Can she get the 3 count that she so desires? Giulia made a bold statement last week, staring eye to eye with Io Sky, but she has now got to prove she is deserving of that opportunity. Missile drop kick off the middle rope. Jordynne Grace down in the middle of the Ford Center momentarily. Up to Giulia to capitalize on this momentum. Looked like almost a Saito there. Belly to back suplex nonetheless. Jordynne Grace getting the worst of it. Able to pop the shoulder, however. Going to keep this matchup progressing, but Giulia's got Jordan exactly where you got to believe she wants her. Starting to unload with those strikes. Look to be loaded up for a headbutt again. Went to the well too many times with the strikes. Jordan had him scouted on the second time around. The power sends Giulia over the top rope, and now a back suplex of her own right on the apron. Jordan Grace taking out Giulia, far from done, as now she throws that powerful frame at the beautiful madness at ringside. A 180 has been taken in this matchup. Just when you thought Giulia was taking over, there's Jordan Grace saying, "Nuh-uh, this is my night." Just as Giulia wants opportunities, the same can be said about the Juggernaut, who is now in control of this matchup. Sends Giulia damn near through the canvas. Oh, what a near fall. Giulia popping that shoulder as soon as she possibly could, but Jordan Grace about half a second away from getting her hand raised tonight in Evansville. Got ourselves a physical battle between two superstars you gotta believe are on the cusp of great things here on Thursday night. Giulia able to reverse. Now has got Jordan on her shoulders, and down she goes once again. These two women bringing their best. Arrivederci by Giulia. Knee right to the face. Knockout blow any day of the week. Twice on Thursday. This one's over.
Here is your winner, Giulia.
Last week, Giulia stood eye to eye with the Women's World Champion Io Sky. This week, you gotta believe she moved one step closer to earning a championship opportunity. Physically demanding and competitive bout against the Juggernaut Jordan Grace, but it is Giulia getting her hand raised on the other side of the bell. Oh, wait a minute here. Watch your back. Raquel Rodriguez is in the ring, ambushing the beautiful madness. Well, Raquel with a storied history against Io Sky as well. Fell short to the genius of the Sky back at SummerSlam. But I think Raquel is looking to take out any competition en route to getting another championship matchup. Down goes Giulia off the Tejana Bomb. A statement-making sneak attack by Raquel.
The following is a gauntlet turmoil match. The rules of the match are as follows. Two superstars will start in the ring. When one superstar is eliminated, a new superstar enters. Eliminations can occur by pinfall, submission, disqualification, or countouts. The match will be won if the first entrant eliminates all other entrants in the match.
Well, Damian Priest proposed this challenge. I don't know if he expected a gauntlet matchup, but as we found out earlier tonight, Damian Priest doesn't turn away from any fight.
And from New York City, weighing in at 249 pounds, Damian Priest.
As of right now, Damian Priest will challenge for the World Heavyweight Championship. Meet Finn Balor one-on-one 2 weeks from Sunday in Miami at Bad Blood. One thing or the other is going to happen here. Either Damian Priest is going to run the gauntlet, he's going to defeat the entirety of the Judgment Day, and he's going to have the right to choose the stipulation for his matchup against Finn Balor. Or, whether it's Carlito, Dominic Mysterio, or JD McDonough, one of those men, that's all it's going to take to defeat Damian Priest. Up in smoke goes Damian Priest's championship reign. It is all or nothing. It is go big or go home. And through hell or high water, Damian Priest is going to have to put pedal to the metal tonight if he wants to meet Finn Balor in a stipulation of his choosing at Bad Blood.
Do you know what corners.
And it looks as if the Judgment Day's Carlito will be kicking off this gauntlet match.
And representing the Judgment Day, from San Juan, Puerto Rico, weighing in at 220 pounds, Carlito!
Well, not to discount Carlito here, but the positive for Damian Priest is he's starting off a matchup, this gauntlet matchup that is, against somebody he just defeated last week on SmackDown. Damian Priest one-on-one with Carlito 7 nights ago. Priest got the victory there. So here we go. It's a return bout in the midst of this gauntlet contest for Damian Priest. Is Carlito going to come in with a different strategy, or is Damian Priest about to repeat history? Again, all it's going to take is just one of these Judgment Day superstars to defeat Damian Priest. And Damian Priest's title opportunity is all and gone at Bad Blood. It remains to be seen what is going to happen here. We are underway. Damian Priest wasn't going to back down. He backed himself into a corner. Let's see if he can fight his way out of it. As expected, Damian Priest starting hot out of the gate. What's the strategy of Damian Priest here? Does he try to defeat Carlito as fast as possible? Does he try to put pedal to the metal, go 100 miles an hour? Or does he risk burning himself out early if that is the case? Is Damian Priest better off trying to pace himself, knowing that if he's going to survive this gauntlet match, he's going to have to wrestle not one, not two, but 3 different matches against different opponents? Carlito face first off the barricade. I don't think there's going to be anywhere to run and anywhere to hide for the man who at least currently is the #1 contender for Finn Balor's heavyweight championship. Damian Priest has just got to be salivating at the chance to meet Finn Balor yet again for the gold, at least this time for the gold, at Bad Blood. As has been talked about, as they referenced earlier tonight when they came face to face, Damian Priest defeated Finn Balor at SummerSlam. That was, of course, about 2 hours prior to Finn Balor cashing in the Money in the Bank contract on AJ Styles and winning the World Heavyweight Championship. There's about 2 hours there that Damian Priest thought this whole situation was behind him. But if you believe that Damian Priest was just going to allow Finn Balor to move on as the World Heavyweight Champion and not try to get himself an opportunity, you're sadly mistaken. Damian Priest taking the fight to Carlito. And again, Carlito rolling to the outside as if that's going to do him any good. Damian Priest is a man on a mission here in Memphis and steamrolling over Carlito in the outskirts. Carlito, the first man up. You got the Irish Ace, J.D. McDonough, the Cruiserweight Champion Dominic Mysterio, one or the other to come next if Damian Priest is able to do what he did last week, and that's defeat Carlito again. Well, obviously, Damian Priest cannot afford to be counted out here. Priest got to get the job done. We'll try to move forward in this gauntlet. Misses wildly with the discus forearm. Carlito now. Scoop and a slam. Let us not discount Carlito. Yes, Damian Priest defeated him last week on SmackDown, but Carlito, former United States champion, former Intercontinental champion, former tag team champion in the WWE as well. There's a reason that when his services were available, Finn Balor called upon Carlito to join the ranks of the Judgment Day. Damian Priest not taking too kindly to it. Down goes Lito again. Damian Priest was the man who Finn Balor stabbed in the back in March. Priest haunted Finn for months, finally got his hands on him at SummerSlam. But now that world title is in play, the story has continued to evolve. Damian Priest now a part of the SmackDown brand in recent weeks, as he was traded over from Monday Night Raw. But now his world title opportunity is hanging in the balance. All or nothing as the punishment once again takes Carlito off the soles of his boots. Just trying to do all he can to soften up Carlito and hopefully get this matchup done in a hurry, but Carlito has got a different plan. Trying to make sure J.D. McDonough and Dominic Mysterio don't even get the chance to get their hands on Damian Priest. Carlito looking to get the job done early in this gauntlet match. I am sure Finn Balor is sitting on the edge of his seat watching this thing, knowing that Damian Priest's opportunity at the World Championship could be all and gone by the end of this night. Oh, look at Carlito, springboard moonsault out of the corner. Incredible agility And we know Carlito possesses as he takes Priest down. Gets the 2 count that time, one step closer to taking away Priest's world title opportunity. You know, think about the nerve of Finn Balor earlier tonight, thinking Damian Priest was just going to walk away, give up. Why would Damian Priest do that? If Finn Balor really thought about it, why the hell would Priest back down from Finn? Because Finn was able to defeat Ilja Draguov this past Sunday. Damian Priest knows he can beat Finn Balor, and he's going to hope to do it again at Bad Blood. Discus big boot on Carlito. Maybe already counting sheep, but Priest is going to ensure it with a South of Heaven. Thanks for coming. Who's next?
Has been eliminated.
A huge victory for Damian Priest in the gauntlet. And it's going to be the Irish Devil, J.D. McDonough, coming up next. Well, Damian Priest has got one matchup behind him, but now comes the situation of this gauntlet matchup. Priest just battled Carlito for a number of minutes, and here comes a fresh J.D. McDonough. It's only going to get tougher as this matchup progresses, but that does not mean the punishment is going to lay down for anybody. The bell has sounded at Damian Priest. High out of the gate, all over a former Cruiserweight champion in J.D. J.D. McDonough, an incredible young talent, former Cruiserweight champion as we mentioned. A man Finn Balor helped train, so you gotta believe J.D. McDonough is coming in with a couple of tricks under his belt to try to turn away Damian Priest here in this contest. J.D. McDonough knows what it's like to be on the receiving end of a South of Heaven by Damian Priest once or twice. I'm sure he's hoping to avoid it at any and all costs, just as he avoided that shoulder block. And J.D. gonna take down Priest. Carlito suffering the same fate he did last week on SmackDown, revisiting history tonight in the FedEx Forum. J.D. McDonough, however, we're going to vanquish Damian Priest, and Priest kicks out. 2 count that time. J.D. McDonough again coming in 100% against a now weakened Damian Priest. As this gauntlet match progresses, fatigue's going to start to set in for Damian. He's only going to have so much left in the tank. J.D. McDonough, we're going to put Damian Priest through the ringer. Look at the strength. Incredible maneuver for JD, hoisting a man of Damian Priest that size up and over for the suplex. Priest now rolling to the outside. I'm sure hoping to catch a moment of R&R, but JD McDonough sending him outside. Drop kick off the apron. McDonough just looking to keep his foot on the gas. Not give Damian Priest any chance to recuperate. An incredible maneuver delivered that time. Corkscrew over the top rope and to the outside. And now McDonough's on the barricade. Damian Priest in trouble. Blockbuster by JD. Right down to the ground of the FedEx Forum. Damian Priest is in deep, deep trouble. Damian Priest fighting not only to retain his opportunity at the World Championship at Bad Blood, but also to pick the stipulation. But J.D. McDonough looking to vanquish that opportunity. Another kick out by Priest. Well, you gotta give the devil his due. The Irish Ace all over Damian Priest, I'm sure as was insisted by Finn Balor. J.D. McDonough has been a soldier in the ranks of the Judgment Day ever since Balor started to reshape the foundation of the group earlier this year, right after Damian Priest was kicked out of it. There's Damian, a sidestep and then the elbow. Let's see if Priest has enough left in him to fight back. Took a lot of offense that time, and his own momentum, JD's that is, just sending him over the top rope. Back to the outside of the ring we go. Damian Priest has got his eyes locked on McDonough. Look at Damian coming off the apron, throwing all of his body weight at JD. Priest is fighting for survival. What did we say earlier? Through hell or high water, Damian Priest has got to fight tonight if he wants to meet Finn Balor 2 weeks from Sunday in Miami. Clothesline nearly taking McDonough's head off. Priest just deadlifted JD up for the scoop slam. JD McDonough looking worse for wear. There's that ricochet clothesline by Damian. And all of a sudden, McDonough's best efforts may have been put to waste. Damian Priest, eyes locked on the Irish Ace. And a south of heaven to JD McDonough. See ya, bye. This one is over.
JD McDonough has been eliminated.
And one more to go.
The next fall will win the match.
Damian Priest has defeated Carlito. He's turned away JD McDonough. But now comes the Cruiserweight Champion of the world, Dominic Mysterio. And this is extremely interesting here. You know, Carlito and JD, they were new acquisitions to the Judgment Day, and Finn Balor's reshaping of the group. But Dominic Mysterio has always been there, and he has been an integral part of the group ever since Damian Priest and Finn Balor were running shop over on Monday Night Raw. Well, Mysterio locking horns with Damian Priest. Plenty of history between these two men. The Cruiserweight Champion picked his side several months ago, and now is looking to be the man that takes it all away from Damian Priest tonight on SmackDown. And things just getting more difficult for Damian. The Cruiserweight Champion may not like him, but he's an incredible talent. And let's not forget what he did last week on SmackDown, defeating his own father, Rey Mysterio. Albeit by use of a steel turnbuckle, but retaining his Cruiserweight Championship nonetheless. Dominic Mysterio now trying to turn away Damian Priest and take away his title opportunity. There's a tornado DDT. I don't like this. For the punishment of SmackDown. Damian Priest has fought hard, he has fought tough, but he was not mentally prepared for a gauntlet match tonight. This is obviously not what he had in mind when he challenged Finn Balor to go and make a match. And it's now or never, as we continue to say, Priest wants Finn Balor at Bad Blood, and you better find a way to defeat Dominic Mysterio here and now in front of this capacity audience in Memphis. That is easier said than done. Mysterio has taken the life out of this arena. He has taken the life out of Damian Priest. And this matchup may be nearing a conclusion as the Cruiserweight Champion of the world looks to thwart Damian Priest's momentum, and there's Priest off the reversal, sending Mysterio over the top, and there's a reversal that time by Dirty Dom. Now the Cruiserweight Champion out on the apron. Uh-oh. Mysterio, Destroyer on the apron! That's it. Get him back inside of the ring and count the 3. Priest is out. The Mexican Destroyer out on the apron. Dominic Mysterio realizes Damian Priest is ripe for the pickings, and he's going for the cover. And Priest able to kick out somehow, some way. Not much enthusiasm behind that kick out. I'll bite, but barely able to pop his shoulder off the canvas. Damian Priest trying to let his will to get back into the ring with Finn Balor once again. This time with the World Championship on the line, fuel him. But there's only so much that Damian Priest's body is going to be able to endure. It's another tornado DDT out of the corner by the Cruiserweight Champion. A man so changed that he turned away his own father in competition last week. And now, speaking of the such, 619 on Damian Priest. And the halo. If the Destroyer didn't do it, that combination certainly will. No, Damian Priest kicking out again. And Dominic Mysterio getting frustrated. Pulling out some of his best, realizing it's now that he can put Damian Priest away. Do one good by Finn Balor, but somehow Damian Priest is still alive. Finn Balor has got to be sitting on the edge of his seat in the backstage area, thinking if there is a way that Damian Priest is able to overcome, the hell's he going to have up his sleeve come Bad Blood? Oh no. Frog splash by Mysterio. Another cover. But another kick out by an ever-emphatic Damian Priest. I don't know what Dom's gonna have to do to keep down the current #1 contender for the World Heavyweight Championship. Priest is fighting for the opportunity of a lifetime. Dominic Mysterio trying to ensure bad blood's gonna be a night off for the Prince, but Damian Priest is fighting back. The rally has begun inside of the FedEx Forum here in Memphis. Well, we said earlier tonight, this city, rich in wrestling history, and we were going to write more history tonight on SmackDown. Maybe it's going to be a better evening in Damian Priest's career. Dominic Mysterio hung up in the ropes as Damian Priest just tries to wear down the Cruiserweight Champion and figure out how he's going to survive this battle. Well, we know Dominic Mysterio willing to do anything he's got to do to secure victory. We saw it last week when the 619 didn't do it, when the Halo didn't do it. Exposed the steel underneath the turnbuckle and sent his own father into it just to defeat Rey and retain his title. But Damian Priest is looking to avoid that kind of disaster. Memphis on their feet, off the Frankensteiner, and into the ropes goes Dom, and now it's Damian. Perched on top. And a swanton bomb delivers. And another close call in the final bout in this gauntlet matchup, but Mysterio still alive. The former Intercontinental Champion, the two-time Cruiserweight Champion, Dominic Mysterio could be the man who takes all the opportunity away from Damian Priest tonight. Rake in the eyes. And an arm drag takes Damian off his feet. Priest is just trying to get up. Is going to try to keep fighting, but Mysterio sends him outside. And Mysterio moving like a man who's a little bit overconfident, if you ask me. Could be looking for the count out here as Damian Priest already starts to stir on the outside. But look at Dom off the top rope, throwing his own body in harm's way to take out Priest at ringside. Anything it takes to make sure Damian Priest is not making the trip to Miami 2 weeks from Sunday. Dominic Mysterio sending Priest back inside of the ring. Damian Priest creating a little bit of distance. And a discus forearm just rung the bell of the Cruiserweight Champion. Priest back on his feet, and so is Dom off the ropes, and the clothesline lands just enough to knock Mysterio silly one moment longer. The rally that we mentioned moments prior beginning to stir yet again. Does Damian Priest have another gear he can switch into? Does Damian Priest have enough left to keep down Dirty Dom? Mysterio now in the corner. Perched on top, not by will, but by force of his old running mate in the Judgment Day. Uh-oh. Mysterio in trouble. Superplex by Priest. And Damian's not done. Measuring the Cruiserweight Champion. Guzzle in the throat. Dirty Dom gets sent south of heaven. It's over. What a performance. The survival instincts of Damian Priest kicking in tonight. And through hell or high water, Damian Priest has ran the gauntlet, turning away Carlito, defeating the Irish Ace JD McDonough, and even after the Cruiserweight Champion Dominic Mysterio put Priest through the ringer, the punishment, the Archer of Infamy, and the man that Finn Balor's got a hell of a lot of history with, Damian Priest, survives the storm. And not only has retained his championship matchup 2 weeks from Sunday in Miami, but now holds the power to choose the stipulation for his match against Finn when the heavyweight championship of the world is on the line.
here is your winner, Damian Priest.
The 2025 Survivor Series coming your way just 3 weeks from Sunday from Madison Square Garden in New York City. But tonight we are live from the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. Austin Theory has made his way down the aisle and inside the squared circle and is set to defend the championship gold around his waist. High stakes, high reward as the United States Championship is on the line.
Is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE United States Championship. Introducing the challenger from Amsterdam in the Netherlands, weighing in at 215 pounds, Aleister Black. And his opponent, from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 220 pounds, the WWE United States Champion, Austin Theory.
Aleister Black, certainly not a man who shows much emotion, but rest assured he is locked, ready, and focused, hoping to obtain that very championship, the United States title here tonight. Austin Theory better be ready. He better bring his A game. He's been great ever since winning that United States title. He's made it this far, but Aleister Black has proven he can defeat Austin Theory, and he may be on the verge of doing it again. The bell has sounded. We are underway. United States title is on the line here on SmackDown. Theory, I'm sure, is going to try to throw Aleister Black off his game. There's the backslide, similar to 2 weeks ago here. Austin Theory going to the well with something that did not work out last time. But there you see, he catches Aleister Black before Black can catch him. Nice pump kick takes the challenger off his feet. Austin Theory has held the United States Championship since July at Money in the Bank. He was turned away on Andrade, LA Knight, Trick Williams, all in retention of his championship gold. Of course, Austin Theory, as we mentioned, has had it coming from all angles. That championship comes a target on his back. Trick's been chasing the championship since the summer. Austin Theory even tried to get back at Trick Williams from throwing him back inside the ring 2 weeks ago. Go back to last week on SmackDown. Trick Williams is making his way down the ring for a main event contest against Finn Balor. Man, Theory might have just knocked Aleister Black's lights out here. Oh, that discus forearm, not just yet. As Trick Williams is making his way to the ring last week, Austin Theory ambushing him in the aisleway, dropping him with an 8-town down in the middle of his hometown in South Carolina. Theory obviously not here to make any friends, but he's certainly made a lot of enemies, especially since winning that United States Championship. Theory has been successful, nobody can deny that. But standing in his way tonight is a man who has proven, we shall say, that he can defeat the champion. Remains to be seen if he can do it again. Meanwhile, Austin Theory, buckle bomb to Aleister Black, and now into another cover this early on in the matchup. And another kick out by Black. Austin Theory all over Aleister. It has been one-way traffic since the bell sounded here in the Kia Center. Almost looks as if Theory is trying to get this matchup done in a hurry. Maybe nervous about entering championship rounds with a man who knocked his lights out 2 weeks ago here on SmackDown. Austin Theory moving like a man who is ever so confident in his actions. Remains to be seen if he's going to be that confident on the other side of the bell. Aleister Black sent into the corner again as Austin Theory just continues to have his way with the challenger. Aleister's got no answer right now. He may not have been expecting this aggression out of Austin Theory in the early moments of this United States Championship matchup. Theory in the middle rope, going for the neck breaker, and Aleister sidestepped it. Crash and burn by Austin Theory, and a discus knee might have just turned Theory's lights off for good. And a close call, as Austin Theory, I am sure, just saw his United States Championship reign flash before his very eyes. Alistair starting to unload, combination of strikes. Another man with an MMA background here on the SmackDown roster who is not afraid to use it. Austin Theory, at a moment's notice, looking up at the lights of the Kia Center as Alistair Black starts to rally in this championship contest. Alistair Black in the midst of only his third match since returning to the WWE. And it could be one where he leaves with championship gold. Exploder into the corner. Theory roll to the outside. But Alistair not too far. Behind the acai moonsault. Alistair Black has turned this matchup on its head. Theory thought going to the outside was going to be a chance to catch his breath. And for all he knows, he opens his eyes and here's Alistair Black coming down out of the skies. Theory sent back inside the ring. Obviously, Alistair Black needs to get the job done between the ropes if he wants to win the United States title, which he's got no problem doing. Off the pop-up meteor and nearly put Theory away. And another close call here. You've seen a lot of them already in this championship contest. Oh, Austin Theory, wait a minute, reversal. And at a moment's notice, dropping Alistair right on the knee. No wasted motion by either of these men tonight. And it's another near fall. Austin Theory caught Alistair Black slipping, tied him up and dropped him head first on the knee. Unfortunately, not enough to put away Alistair. Theory one-on-one with a 20-year veteran in this industry and somebody who has returned to SmackDown with purpose. Another lateral by Alistair. But it's only a 2. And these two men coming out guns a-blazing tonight, throwing some live rounds towards one another. All in the means of leaving Orlando, Florida with the red, white, blue, and gold in their hand. Theory now set into the corner. May have kicked out, but has got to be feeling loopy off yet another strike by Alistair. Austin Theory now hoisted on the top rope. Whatever Black's got in mind, you got to believe it's going to bring disaster to the champion. Superplex could be incoming, and Austin Theory shoves him off the top. Hard fall by the challenger. All the while, Theory now out on the apron. Looking to bring the fight to Alistair Black. There's that drop kick right to the chest cavity. And back and forth we start to go between Theory and Alistair Black as this United States Championship match progresses. Austin Theory ever so confident. And there's that neck breaker he was looking for earlier. Another cover by the champion. Will that be all she wrote? Not just yet, Alistair Black. I'll buy a little less enthusiastic than previously. Able to kick out nonetheless. And fatigue from this contest starting to set in for both champion and challenger. They have thrown a lot of big-time maneuvers at one another. There's another sidestep by Alistair Black here. Might have caught Austin Theory slipping. Unloaded with the strikes. Man, Theory has ate the knees of Alistair Black time and time again in this matchup and out of the belly to back. Nearly dropping Theory in the back of his head. Alistair Black came to collect. On the middle rope, he goes this time. One at the forearm, nobody home. These two men certainly did their homework after their battle 2 weeks ago on one another. And Austin Theory having Black in the burning hammer position and just swinging him out. Power bomb style on the canvas. Ever so confident is the United... Oh, wait a minute here. We got some company. Trick Williams is live and in living color in the Kia Center. Well, I think after that ambush last week in Trick's hometown, he's got a bone to pick with Theory now more than ever. Alistair now is the one delivering the backslide for the victory. Nearly stole the United States Championship. Oh man, close call and hang on here. Now the small package by Theory to the challenger. Theory steals the victory. Trick Williams' attempt backfired.
Here is your winner, and still WWE United States Champion, Austin Theory.
Oh man, well, Aleister Black and Austin Theory putting on a banger. Trick Williams arriving, seemingly to distract Austin Theory and cost him the United States Championship. But at a moment's notice, it backfired. Austin Theory catching Aleister Black with that small package to retain the title. But if you want to make your way to the front of the line, you gotta start from the back and fight your way up. And tonight, the Usos are back in tag team action. A hell of a way to kick off SmackDown.
The following contest is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring, at a combined weight of 493 pounds. Jimmy and Jay, the Usos!
Well, Jimmy Uso, the last time he made an appearance on SmackDown was back in August. Jay, right after SummerSlam as well. The Usos taking a little bit of time to go back to the drawing board and think about what's next for their careers here on Thursday nights. And it looks as if the brothers are standing side by side yet again. And they want an opportunity at Drew McIntyre and Sheamus and their WWE Tag Team Championship. Well, as we mentioned, you want to become top contenders, you gotta earn it here on Thursday nights. And I can't think of a more challenging way for the Usos to start that journey than going 2v2 with former WWE Tag Team Champions in Axiom.
And their opponents, at a combined weight of 336 pounds, Axiom and Nathan Frazier.
Well, the Usos, one of the most decorated tag teams in WWE history. But you were looking at two men in Axiom and Nathan Frazier, who earlier this year were WWE Tag Team Champions on SmackDown. And those two men know a thing or two about McIntyre and Sheamus as well. You're looking at the two men that Drew and Sheamus beat for those tag team titles all the way back in May at Clash at the Castle in Scotland. Well, just as the Usos made their presence felt this past Sunday at Bad Blood, Axiom making a look their presence felt here tonight in Charlotte. First time ever tag team matchup between the Usos and Axiom, kicking things off on SmackDown tonight. And you gotta believe that McIntyre and Sheamus somewhere here in the Spectrum Center have got their eyes on this tag team contest. For Jay and Jimmy Uso, it is about setting the precedent, following up on what you did this past Sunday, which is draw the line in the sand. Certainly could be a, dare I say, embarrassing loss for Jay and Jimmy if they're gonna try to draw the battle lines against McIntyre and Sheamus and try to throw their name in the hat as top contenders for the gold, only to come back out the following Thursday on SmackDown and fall short in your pursuit of victory. That is about the last thing that Jay and Jimmy want to see here tonight, but they cannot underestimate former WWE Tag Team Champions in Axiom. Nathan Frazier and Axiom, quicker than a hiccup inside of that ring. They live by the mantra of never slow down, over the top rope and down to the floor. Oh man, I just got a feeling it is going to be an exciting night here on SmackDown. Hot off the heels of Bad Blood, the road to Survivor Series is on, and Nathan Frazier, springboard missile dropkick right to Jimmy Uso. There's a kick out early by Big Jim, but you gotta believe Jimmy a little bit thrown off by the quick hits of Nathan Frazier. Nathan Frazier, a man trained in this industry by Monday Night Raw's icon, if you will, future Hall of Famer Seth freaking Rollins. Nathan Frazier has already seen a ton of success, as has Axiom, but they're looking to find some new success, and it can start here tonight. But dare I say what would be an upset victory over one of the most legendary tag teams in WWE history, and that being the Usos. Nice tandem offense that time by Nathan Frazier and Axiom. As Axiom comes in the legal competitor, and Jimmy Uso just trying new ground. A high risk, high reward mantra of Fraxium here. Uso's best bet, don't get me wrong, they like to fly around this ring as well, but their best bet might be trying to slow the pace of this match down and just try to tame their opponents here. That they do, at least for the moment. Hot way to kick things off with this tag team matchup, but what about what we just saw moments ago? Bronson Reed interrupting Damian Priest's little celebration after winning the World Heavyweight Championship, only for LA Knight to arrive on the scene and drop big Bronson Reed with a blood force trauma in the middle of the ring. Those two men with a developing issue here on SmackDown. It certainly took the next step after last week's events. Meanwhile, Axiom taking Jey Uso off his feet with a drop kick. And a shooting star press. And nearly putting away main event Jey, a former United States champion here in the blue brand. But Jey Uso's still alive. However, he's been brought into enemy territory there. There's another tag made by Nathan Frazier. Fraxium looking to rely on some of that tandem offense against the Usos here in their return bout. Oh my goodness! Had Jey Uso tied up in the tarantula. Axiom throw a little super kick towards the Usos' way. Give a little taste of their own medicine, if you will. There's Jey sent to the opposite corner. Nathan Frazier, I promise you, has got jets in those boots, as we are seeing right there. Drop kick right to the side of the dome, and he's not done just yet. Frazier scaling the ropes. Said it before, we'll say it again. These men live by the mantra of never slow down. It's what brought them success in the past. Missile drop kick off the middle, this time to Jey Uso. And it could be a huge victory for Fraxium tonight that puts them right back at the front of the line to get back into the ring with Drew McIntyre and Sheamus for the WWE Tag Team titles. Another tag made to Axiom and more tandem offense by former champions. And these guys are looking sharp. I'm not sure Jey and Jimmy were ready for the fight that Fraxium was bringing to the squared circle tonight. Jey's just gonna try to fight back. There's a kick of his own. Oh man! Paintbrush in the jawline of Axiom. Jey and Jimmy gonna put their money where their mouth is here tonight in Charlotte after they confronted McIntyre and Sheamus at Bad Blood. Drew and Sheamus have been dominant over the SmackDown Tag Team division, have held that gold since they defeated Fraxium back on the 31st of May in Glasgow at Clash at the Castle. Usos looking to step up next, but Fraxium right now standing in their way. Pop-up Samoan drop, a little bit of an assist by Jey to Jimmy. And Axiom's still alive. Usos trying to regain some control here, and there you see the WWE Tag Team Champions Drew McIntyre and Sheamus keeping an eye on two potential challengers for their gold. McIntyre and Sheamus able to outlast Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin of the Motor City Machine Guns this past Sunday night in Miami, Florida. Now keeping a close eye on a team they know well in Fraxium, and of course the team that re-emerged Sunday night, and that being the Usos. Jimmy taking Axiom off his feet, and again, this is what the Usos got to do. They cannot allow Fraxium to be the ones to dictate the pace of this matchup. Jey and Jimmy Uso, although they love to go high risk, high reward as well, this is not the time to try to out-high fly Fraxium in this situation. They got to ground these two men. That's what they've been trying to do, but there's Axiom catching the boot that time. Very impressive by the young man, and the Spaniard takes Big Jim off his feet. Almost a Superman punch-like situation there. And look at that crossbody. And Fraxium just so fun to watch. It was earlier this year at the Royal Rumble, all the way back in January, that Fraxium captured the WWE Tag Team titles for the very first time. Jimmy on the outside here. Oh my goodness, a poison run on the floor by Nathan Frazier. Holy hell. Fraxium is out to get what they want tonight, and that is the big old victory here in the Queen City. What a pump kick off the top. That's gotta do it. No, Big Jim's still alive. Oh man, we have got a good one, folks, here tonight on Thursday Night SmackDown. Two hungry, motivated tandems, both looking to move up the ranks of the tag team division. McIntyre and Sheamus sit at the helm, and I think the only way those two men are ever going to be dethroned is with the highest of competition. Fraxium have clearly stepped up their game since the last time they were in the ring with McIntyre and Sheamus. If they're going to do so again, they got to get the victory over Jay and Jimmy at any and all cost. Oh, crash and burn by Frazier. And a double super kick by Jimmy Uso. And the luck may be on the Usos side, but Axiom saving the day. Man, we have got a fight here on Thursday night. Down goes Axiom. Oh, Jimmy Uso better watch from behind. Nathan Frazier off the schoolboy. No, he nearly got caught. Jimmy Uso nearly getting caught that time. Axiom trying to hang in there. Fraxium have really put pedal to the metal in this contest, more than the Usos may have been prepared for. Nathan Frazier now sent to enemy territory as another tag by Big Jim. Main event Jay on his way. Little role reversal from earlier on. This time it's Nathan Frazier eating the Samoan drop from Jey Uso. And now Jay, pop up, neck breaker. And the Usos all of a sudden are starting to hit a groove. There is a reason they are one of the most decorated tag teams in WWE history. Oh, and Jay trying to go after Axiom. Trying to clear the ring of any and all competition. A suicide dive by Jey Uso. Gave Nathan Frazier, however, a moment of R&R as an enziguri by Frazier. Jey Uso's got to shake off the cobwebs. Frazier from behind. Jay able to shake him. Another kick to the abdominal and another uppercut. Open palm right to Nathan Frazier's jawline. Frazier looks rocked from my estimation. There's a tag to Jimmy Uso. Uh-oh! 1D! Nathan Frazier goes up. Nathan Frazier goes down with the 1D. And that's gonna do it. A successful return for the Usos.
Here are your winners, Jimmy and Jay, Uso.
Well, Fraxium giving these two men the highest of competition tonight. No doubt about it. But right in front of the eyes of McIntyre and Sheamus, who are looking on from the backstage area here in the Spectrum Center, the Usos get the job done and their return to action here on SmackDown. Oh, hold on here. Well, we got some company in the Motor City Machine Guns. Well, the Guns falling short in their pursuit of the gold this past Sunday. Well, they might be sending a little message to the Usos saying, hey, the line still runs through us. That is going to be a great battle coming up later tonight here on SmackDown. But the phenomenal AJ Styles is live and in living color in Norfolk. And just like Bronson Reed and LA Knight, AJ Styles has got world title aspirations.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from Gainesville, Georgia, weighing in at 218 pounds, the phenomenal AJ Styles.
Well, AJ Styles took to social media last week and made it very clear that he is not done chasing the world title that he held for mere minutes back at SummerSlam. The 2025 King of the Ring issuing an open challenge tonight, saying he wants to get back to the world title picture the hard way, the old-fashioned way, by earning it. Throwing out an open challenge to anyone in the locker room to go one-on-one with the Phenomenal One. The question is, who is stepping up to the plate? Who will take on this former World Heavyweight Champion here tonight? Oh, well, this is gonna be good. The king of strong style. For the first time in a long time, Shinsuke Nakamura is back on SmackDown.
And his opponent from Kyoto, Japan, weighing in at 220 pounds, Shinsuke Nakamura.
Well, the last time Shinsuke Nakamura made an appearance inside a WWE ring was prior to WrestleMania earlier this year. Nakamura was, of course, drafted to SmackDown in the spring, had yet to make an appearance, but Nakamura is back in action here tonight, accepting the open challenge of one AJ Styles. Well, these two men know each other extremely well. They've been friends, they've been rivals, and at this stage in their career, you gotta imagine a hell of a lot of respect between Nakamura and Styles. But just as AJ Styles has World Heavyweight Championship aspirations, you gotta believe Nakamura is feeling something similar. Well, AJ threw out the open challenge. I think he might have forgot about all the names that are listed internally on the SmackDown roster because Nakamura is one of them. Well, tension's already riding high tonight in the scope regarding Damian Priest and LA Knight and Bronson Reed and the World Heavyweight Championship picture. Remains to be seen if that triple threat matchup that was thrown out by Damian Priest will be signed on for Survivor Series. But what we do know is AJ Styles' open challenge has just been accepted by the King of Strong Style. Well, we are underway here on SmackDown. Styles Nakamura, a hell of a way to get things going on the blue brand. AJ Styles wants to earn his way back to the World Heavyweight Championship picture the old-fashioned way, the hard way. Well, this is a way to do it. Up against the former United States champion, former Intercontinental champion, former NXT champion, and Shinsuke Nakamura, who's taking the fight to his old rival. Nakamura and Styles know each other very well. AJ Styles been a hell of a lot more active in 2025 than Nakamura has. But at the given moment, it's not looking like there's any ring rust in the game of the King. Shinsuke Nakamura spent a lot of 2025, sideline, but now he is back tonight on SmackDown and going right to the line of fire against AJ Styles, who knocks Nakamura off his feet for the very first time. AJ Styles, the 2025 King of the Ring winner, and for a brief moment back at SummerSlam was the World Heavyweight Champion. Of course, he was cashed in on by Finn Balor, who captured the World Championship moments later. And ever since that night, Styles been taking the long road, trying to get back to earning a shot at the championship. There's Nakamura with a shoulder right to the abdominal. AJ Styles. Styles misses. Nakamura sweeps his legs out. Gotta watch those feet of Nakamura. Precision kick, precision strikes into the arsenal of Shinsuke. Gotta wonder how AJ Styles feels the last couple of weeks, seeing Finn Balor become sidelined with injury in the midst of that Hell in a Cell matchup, and knowing that if Styles is eventually able to gain a world title shot, it most likely ain't gonna be against the Prince. Damian Priest, the man who currently holds the World Heavyweight title. Styles very familiar with him as well. Right now, AJ just got to be focused on the current opposition, which is the man who accepted this open challenge, and that is the returning Shinsuke Nakamura. Styles getting caught midair, but look at the switch. Knocking Nakamura off his feet again, even at this stage in each other's careers. AJ and Nakamura bringing the best here on SmackDown as AJ, look at the arm drag. I don't know if Nakamura can catch the phenomenal one at the second. Well, there's cutting him off. And there's a knee right to the ribs. And another one. That's one way to slow down AJ Styles in this matchup. Knock the wind out of him. Nakamura knows AJ Styles' strengths and weaknesses. Same can be said about Styles as well towards Nakamura, but there's Shinsuke delivering another knee right to the abdominal as Styles was hoisted on the top rope. And a boot for good measures. Well, Shinsuke Nakamura spent the majority of 2025 sidelined. He is back in action tonight, and he is not looking for it to be an unsuccessful return to the ring. AJ Styles, who has had an up and down 2025, wants nothing more than to see his name back in the main event picture, challenging for the World Heavyweight title. Right now, Shinsuke Nakamura is standing in his way and delivering a boot right to AJ Styles in the corner. Still to come tonight here on SmackDown as well, that grudge matchup, non-title of course, between the Judgment Day's Liv Morgan, who is the current Women's United States Champion, set to go up against the beautiful Madness Giulia right here on SmackDown. Oh, look at AJ, series of strikes knocks Nakamura off his feet. Much needed flurry by the phenomenal one here, who may have Shinsuke Nakamura a little bit dazed, and if he doesn't already, he certainly does now. Little brain buster by Styles. And a kick out by Nakamura. Incredible offense by AJ there, just thinking on his feet and realized he needed to hit Nakamura with a big-time maneuver. Might not have gotten the victory. You imagine it would knock a couple of screws loose, but there's Shinsuke Nakamura trying to go for the boot. Styles able to duck, and now he's got Nakamura in his grasp, and a snap suplex takes Shinsuke off his feet once more. And this is what we talked about when the bell sounded. These two men know each other extremely well. We've seen a lot of reversals in this matchup already. They've been in the ring with each other countless times, from Japan all the way to the WWE. And although I'm sure a great respect between Styles and Nakamura, they ain't gonna hold any punches here tonight as Styles crash and burns on the canvas. Nobody home, and there's Nakamura sending Styles for another ride. Now it's Shinsuke into the lateral press, hoping to find a 3 count on the other side of the bell, but it's AJ Styles popping the shoulder once more. AJ Styles, this year's King of the Ring tournament winner. Shinsuke Nakamura, known worldwide as the King of Strong Style. I don't know if anybody hits harder than that man. AJ Styles knows that very well, and if for some reason he forgot, he is certainly being reminded of it here tonight in Norfolk. Out of the corner, Shinsuke, middle rope, knee right to the back. Shinsuke Nakamura just bringing the fight to AJ Styles, and maybe AJ Styles wasn't expecting it. Look at the strength by Nakamura into the German, into the bridge, and Styles able to kick out again. You got to give credit to AJ Styles, forced to think on his feet tonight. He knew what he was getting himself into with this open challenge. Anybody could have answered, but he certainly wouldn't have been expecting a man who's been on the shelf for the majority of this year, and that's Shinsuke Nakamura. Styles here to fight nonetheless, but Nakamura giving it right back to him. Counter for counter, now Nakamura getting hung up in the top rope. Fall to the outside. Down the floor of the scope. Now Nakamura in the drop zone. Forearm over the top rope by Styles. A little bit of a prelude for what may be to come. Nakamura maybe a little bit dazed, and maybe AJ Styles sees some daylight on the horizon. 450 splash, and luckily for the phenomenal one, that time wasn't a crash and burn. And Nakamura able to kick. AJ Styles going high risk, high reward. Could have went haywire, just as it did on that moonsault attempt a couple of minutes ago. Styles throwing caution in the wind. That time it worked out. What the arm drag. But he delivered it earlier. Nakamura had it scouted, and now Shinsuke goes behind. Right in the belly of the back, dead center of the ring. And just when you thought AJ Styles was about to rally here in the scope, Shinsuke Nakamura turns the tables. And hell, Norfolk, Virginia is loving the action tonight between the phenomenal one and the King of Strong Style, who may be looking to put this matchup away against his old rival. Off the middle rope comes Shinsuke. AJ Styles may have shown his best hand in this matchup. The 450 splash didn't do it. I don't know if AJ Styles has got enough left in the tank to deliver anything else. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe spoke too soon. AJ pulling the rug out from underneath Nakamura this time. Now going behind, neck breaker. Right on the knee. And down goes Shinsuke once more. Guess we should never discount these two veterans of the game, AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura, who shoved Styles off that time. Another kick by Nakamura. Both these men Unleashed everything they got on each other. Styles now with a series of kicks. Nakamura puts up the block. Shinsuke and Styles trade and blows. Styles set over the top rope, able to hang on. Breaking the hold of Shinsuke. Creates a little bit of distance. Look out as AJ Styles delivers a phenomenal forearm. Just catching Nakamura, and it's going to be a victory for the Phenomenal One. A hell of a battle between Styles and Nakamura. And although an unsuccessful return to the ring by Shinsuke, a great matchup and a sign of respect between these two competitors. But we kick off the action on Christmas night as the #1 Contenders Tournament for the WWE Tag Team Championship is set to continue. Dragon Lee and the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio, the Latino World Order, looking to move one step closer to holding the Tag Team Championship gold once again.
The following contest is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring, at a combined weight of 340 pounds, Rey Mysterio and Dragon Lee, the LWO.
Well, let us take a look at the events of last week here on SmackDown as Jey and Jimmy Uso eliminated Pretty Deadly in the first round, and then American Made arriving on Thursday nights and turning away Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate of New Catch Republic. The semifinals of this #1 Contenders Tournament will take place January the 1st next week on SmackDown, but we got two more first round matches to come live and in living color in Pittsburgh. And kicking things off tonight is a rematch from the Royal Rumble all the way back in January of this year. Fraxium have defeated the LWO before. Can they do it again here tonight on SmackDown?
And their opponents at a combined weight of 336 pounds, Axiom and Nathan Frazier.
Well, it was just a couple of weeks ago, the former WWE Tag Team Champions at Axiom and Nathan Frazier pushed Jey and Jimmy Uso to their limit. An extraordinary matchup here on Thursday Night SmackDown. One of the reasons that we say the tag team division is oh so competitive in 2025 on Thursday nights. 8 teams getting an opportunity in the midst of this tournament. 6 currently remain. Who's going to be banished to the sidelines and who's punching their ticket to New Orleans next week? We're going to find out right here, right now, Christmas night on SmackDown. Dragon Lee, Nathan Frazier kicking things off. Expect fireworks in this contest. It's going to be an awesome night. Action-packed here on SmackDown with the United States Championship headlining tonight's affairs as Nathan Frazier knocks Dragon Lee off his feet. Again, it was back in January of this year, all the way at the 2025 Royal Rumble event, that Fraxium defeated Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio to win the WWE Tag Team titles that they held for nearly 5 months. And a shooting star press by Axiom. High-octane action. Those two individuals bring to the squared circle and, dare I say so, to their adversaries. Pretty even slate, if you ask me. Of course, the LWO, you gotta admit, may have the advantage in a sense, as a Hall of Famer is representing their side. But then again, you look at the history between these two teams. Fraxium know what it takes to keep down Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio. The question is, can they do it again? As a matter of fact, their paths crossed at WrestleMania earlier this year, as well as 2 of 3 teams that were involved in that triangle ladder match for the WWE Tag Team titles. Another night where Fraxium was successful. Fraxium, of course, the team that the current tag team champions Drew McIntyre and Sheamus turned away all the way back to the 31st of May in Glasgow, Scotland to win the titles. Nathan Frazier and Axiom want nothing more than to get back to the promised land, hold those tag team titles yet again, but right now standing in their way is the Latino World Order. Both Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio a bit at odds with Rey's son Dirty Dom as of late on SmackDown, but tonight their attention shifts to this #1 contenders tournament. Decked out in the red and the green, LWO feeling festive here as there's a tag made to the former 10-time Cruiserweight Champion of the world, Rey Mysterio. Pop-up Meteora by the Hall of Famer. Into the cover on Nathan Frazier, and Frazier gonna pop the shoulder. Just a couple of weeks ago at Survivor Series, Rey Mysterio losing the Cruiserweight Championship to his son, Dirty Dom. In a 2 out of 3 falls matchup. Dominic was inside of the ring gloating last week. Dragon Lee luckily walked down the aisle and shut up Dominic Mysterio, at least for the night. Obviously some unfinished business there, but as we mentioned before, both Rey and Dragon Lee will turn their attention to Fraxium at the given moment. As Nathan Frazier off the neck breaker and a standing moonsault. Into the cover he goes, looking for a pinfall here, and Rey Mysterio not going to allow it. Of course, the winners of this matchup will move on to January 1st, day 1 of 2026, next Thursday night in the Big Easy. Take on the Usos in the semifinals of this tournament. Tag made to Axiom. Look at this slingshot drop kick into the corner. Man, blink and you'll miss them. Never slow down is the mantra of Fraxium. And they are hoping that mantra is going to be what brings them back to the promised land. Mysterio taken down in the corner. Axiom moving a mile a minute. And both these teams, so fun to watch inside of that ring. Still to come tonight, of course, the #1 contenders tournament for the WWE Tag Team Championship. The Judgment Day's JD McDonough and Carlitos set to take on the Motor City Machine Guns, who recently fell short to McIntyre and Sheamus as well. A lot of teams have been mowed over by the current tag team champions. A lot of teams looking to get another go-around. Find the result that they couldn't find the last time around. Tag made to Dragon Lee. Look at the tandem offense by the LWO. Saw Axiom giving Nathan Frazier the assistance on that dropkick moments ago. There's Mysterio giving Dragon Lee the assistance on that senton off the top rope. And this is competition at the highest. This is the reason the #1 contenders tournament was signed on. Oh man, on the top. Down goes Axiom from the North Pole to the South. What a Hurricane Rana. Into the cover, dead center of the ring. Dragon Lee looking to advance on behalf of the LWO, but Axiom gonna survive. What a matchup to kick things off tonight in the Steel City of Pittsburgh in front of the Capacity PPG Paints Arena. On a night where the United States Championship will be defended, Women's World Champion Io Sky in action later on. Action-packed night here on SmackDown as Dragon Lee brings Axiom back into enemy territory. Tag made of the Hall of Famer. Axiom into the corner. Missile drop kick by Rey. And Dragon Lee into the Bronco Buster. Man, these two teams bringing some incredibly innovative tandem offense to the square circle tonight. Axiom looking like he doesn't know what hit him. Rey Mysterio goes for the boot. Axiom had it scouted that time. Forearm right to the jawline of the master of the 619. Sends him off into the opposite side of the ring. And a Spanish fly by the Spaniard. And nearly putting away the Hall of Famer. But the red and the green gonna kick out as the blue and white unable to put him away. Rey Mysterio now sent in enemy territory this time. Tag made to Nathan Frazier. Double high-octane arm drag. And you see the speed that they sent Mysterio to the opposite side of the ring. And the hang time on that arm drag. Frazier now with Rey Mysterio hoisted above the heavens. Springboard and a Hurricane Rana of his own. And he's far from done. Back up top. Frog splash. And Dragon Lee gonna break things up. Pittsburgh on their feet for the high energy and exciting contest that is kicking things off tonight. Dragon Lee making sure a 3 count wasn't to be had off the Frankensteiner and the frog splash. Only went after Dragon Lee, and that gave Rey a moment of R&R. Here we go. 619. Oh, Mysterio unable to capitalize as Axiom gonna pull the rug out from underneath of him, taking him off the apron. And up takes down the Hall of Famer at ringside. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Nathan Frazier able to recoup. Axiom sending Rey Mysterio back inside of the ring here. Rey Mysterio's looking to soar in the sky like Santa Claus himself, but Axiom had no problem ensuring that wasn't going to happen. Rey Mysterio unable to capitalize off the 619 delivery. Tag made to Axiom. Here we go. More tandem offense by former WWE Tag Team Champions. Mysterio just getting lit up. Lit up like a Christmas tree dead center of the ring now as Axiom brings Mysterio back to his feet. Wanted the bicycle knee and Mysterio had it scouted. Rey Mysterio with a last-ditch effort to sidestep Axiom's offense, and maybe the LWO can try to play catch-up here. Tag made to Dragon Lee. Down goes Axiom off the brainbuster, and a frog splash by Dragon. And off the combination, that may be all she wrote, not just yet. Nathan Frazier making a list, checking it twice, and making sure that the LWO weren't getting a Christmas present tonight. Frazier, however, knocked off the apron by Dragon Lee. Dragon keeping his foot on the gas. This is one hell of a battle. Live tonight in Pittsburgh, PA. Axiom looking like he doesn't know what hit him. And oh, Poison Rana! That's gotta do it. And a kick out by Axiom. And this first round matchup in the #1 Contenders Tournament lives to fight another moment. Dragon Lee had to believe that one was it. The brainbuster by Rey, the frog splash, then the Poison Rana. Axiom eating a lot of offense that time. Oh, a couple of strikes. All of a sudden, it's Dragon Lee on the outside of the ring. Look at the speed of the Spaniard. Down goes Dragon at ringside. What a maneuver. What a rally by Axiom. Once again, oh, and Rey Mysterio knocked off the apron. Once again, Pittsburgh on their feet in appreciation of this high-octane matchup kicking things off tonight. Tag made to Nathan Frazier once more. Rey Mysterio taken out for the moment. Dragon Lee on the shoulders. Uh-oh, 450 by Axiom. And a moonsault halfway across the ring by Frazier. That is the combination that defeated the LWO all the way back in January at the Royal Rumble. Will history repeat right here, right now? It indeed does.
Here are your winners, Axiom and Nathan Frazier.
What a matchup to kick things off tonight. On the final SmackDown of 2025, we may have just witnessed one of the best matches on SmackDown in this entire calendar year. Well, Axiom and Nathan Frazier outlasting Dragon Lee and the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. And they are set for a return bout in the semifinals of the #1 Contenders Tournament against the Usos live in New Orleans next Thursday night.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE United States Championship.
It is Christmas night, and it's main event time from Pittsburgh. One of the men who is on the ballot for the Men's Superstar of the Year in 2025, the Czar, the Mad Dragon, Ilja Draguov. From winning the Royal Rumble match to conquering the main event of WrestleMania and capturing the heavyweight championship of the world, holding that title all the way till August at SummerSlam. And now Ilja Draguov, 2 weeks ago, becoming the #1 contender for the United States Championship in the midst of a 6-man gauntlet matchup, proving once again to be a survivor at his craft Ilja Draguov bringing the fight to every man he crossed paths with 2 weeks ago, and now he crosses paths with a familiar foe in Austin Theory for the red, white, blue, and gold. It has been a hell of a year for Ilja Draguov, but I can't think of a better way for Ilja to put one more ribbon on the top of an incredible Christmas present than on the final SmackDown of 2025, capturing the United States Championship. It is main event time in Pittsburgh. Austin Theory, I hope you're ready, because Ilja Draguov is always prepared for war. If I'm Austin Theory, am I nervous coming into this matchup? Knowing the last time I went one-on-one with Ilja Draguov, it was Ilja who was victorious. We are, of course, referring to a one-on-one matchup that happened a few weeks before SummerSlam in August. Austin Theory, just a few weeks removed from winning the United States Championship, went toe-to-toe with then World Heavyweight Champion and Ilja Draguov in a massive champion versus champion clash here on SmackDown. Ilja was the victor on that night. All this time later, Ilja Draguov getting back involved with the United States Championship. A lot of that having to do with him originally coming to the aid of his friend, the man he respects in Trick Williams. Trick, obviously, with ever-growing issues with Austin Theory dating back for months here on SmackDown as well. Well, nevertheless, regardless of the history, regardless of how we got here tonight, the time is now. The lights are on bright. It's Christmas night. It's the last SmackDown of 2025. Who's going to make the most of the moment? Who's leaving this year with the United States Championship around their waist? Theory has had a great year as well. Will he end it on a high? Or will he enter 2026 as a sore loser coming out of this matchup? The United States Championship on the line in your main event from Pittsburgh. Let us send things down to Mike Rome for your official match introductions.
Introducing the challenger from Moscow, Russia, weighing in at 187 pounds, Ilja Draguov. And his opponent from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 220 pounds, the WWE United States Champion, Austin Theory.
Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final bell that will sound on SmackDown in 2025. The United States Championship is on the line. Referee Jessica Carr wearing the stripes. Ilja Draguov, the challenger. Austin Theory, the champion. It is your main event on Christmas night in the Steel City. Both of these men have had great calendar years in 2025. Who will be entering the new year on a high? We find out right here, right now, as the main event is underway. Ilja Draguov earning his opportunity to be here tonight by winning the gauntlet match a couple of weeks ago. Eliminated Trick Williams, Javon Evans, and ultimately Shinsuke Nakamura to become #1 contender. Austin Theory winning the United States Championship back in July. He has contested the likes of LA Knight, Andrade, Trick Williams, among others. Austin Theory has had a great United States Championship reign, and I would say overall a positive 2025 as well. Just as Ilja Draguov has, it is only fitting that two men who have been focal points of SmackDown in 2025 are headlining in tonight's final Blue Brain affair of the year. Austin Theory taking Ilja Draguov off his feet in the early moments. Theory, obviously ever confident. This man oozes confidence. He just better not take his eye off the ball and better not underestimate the man Dragon tonight. Last time these two men went one-on-one back in August, Ilja was the victor. If Theory is not careful, history could repeat itself. Ilja with the repeated clotheslines coming out of the corner. The Mad Dragon now starting to remind Austin Theory that this ain't gonna be a walk in the park. Whips him off into the ropes in a high elevation, and down to the ground goes Austin Theory. Soaring through the skies like his name is Rudolph. Only a 1 count that time. Ilja Draguov bringing the fight to the reigning and defending United States champion. Giulia now starting to unload with those open hand chops. Just looking to soften up the champion in the early moments of this matchup. What a night we got coming your way next Thursday, January 1st, 2026. We're kicking off the new year in the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana. Women's United States Championship going to be on the line next Thursday as Giulia contests Liv Morgan for the gold, plus semifinals, the #1 contenders tournament for the WWE Tag Team titles. Usos 2-on-2 against Fraxium, American Made, going to contest the Motor City Machine Guns. All that news regarding next week, and what about the news we found out moments ago? January the 18th in Phoenix at the Royal Rumble. Damian Priest will defend the World Heavyweight Championship against the phenomenal AJ Styles. You gotta believe when we get to New Orleans next week, Damian Priest is gonna have something to say about that hit-and-run Claymore kick that Drew McIntyre just implored. A lot of big notes on SmackDown headed into the new year, but right now the eyes of the world are on Theory and Dragunov contesting for the United States Championship. Dragunov going to the outside. Theory gonna clobber him with a clothesline. This year has really been the year that Austin Theory has finally started to put the pieces together. We've seen this man have a lot of success, but also a lot of struggles over the last couple of years, whether he was on Raw or SmackDown. But Austin Theory this year has finally started to figure it out, has finally started to get the job done on nights where it matters most. It's the reason he has been United States Champion since July, and there's been a couple of those reigns where you can take nothing away from Austin Theory. He has defended the gold successfully time and time again without a hitch. Off the float over DDT. Looking to do so again here. Ilja Dragunov, however, able to survive another moment. I'll tell you, the biggest feather in the cap of Austin Theory's 2025 and ultimately his United States Championship reign thus far would be a victory as clean as could be over Ilja Dragunov tonight. A man who has had a banner year here on SmackDown. Theory with a combination out of the corner. Incredible athleticism by the United States Champion as the Mad Dragon may be shook. And Austin Theory now looking to put the exclamation point on this title defense to retain the red, white, blue, and gold. And Ilja able to kick out. Austin Theory showcasing why he has performed at his best thus far in his entire career in 2025 before our very eyes. Austin Theory, a man who is the WWE Champion less than a year on the main roster, was a rookie. A lot of people said he wasn't ready, and maybe he wasn't, but this year he has proved that he belongs in the main event picture on any show in the WWE. Look at Ilja Dragunov sent to the outside, now trying to fight back. It's got Theory all kinds of tied up here as Ilja Dragunov gonna leverage the ropes a little bit to try to get back in the driver's seat here. Shot to the abdominal, float over, German suplex by the man Russian. And a senton by Ilja. Ilja Dragunov not afraid to put his own body in harm's way if it means incapacitating the other. Ilja now on the middle rope. Theory in the drop zone. Massive crossbody as the Mad Dragon soars high in Pittsburgh. To crown a new champion, not just yet. We've seen Austin Theory be pushed to his limits, whether he's been in the ring with LA Knight, Aleister Black, you name it. Ilja Dragunov, just as Austin Theory better not be underestimating his challenger here. The Mad Dragon better not be underestimating Theory just because he owns a victory over Theory a couple of months ago on SmackDown. Moment's notice, Ilja hoisted on the ropes by Theory. Look at this! Spanish fly off the middle rope. There's the athleticism that we talked about. And a kick out by Ilja. But you gotta believe something was taken out of his arm that time. Incredible maneuver by Theory. This is what we're talking about, the athleticism, the confidence that has brought Theory to the dance this year. I'll tell you what, Austin Theory is going to be a problem for years to come. And Ilja Draguov is the proof of that at the given moment. Like Theory or not, this man is an incredible talent with many years ahead in his career. And if you look at Ilja Draguov right now, you're showing you before your very eyes, you're seeing before your very eyes just how good Austin Theory really is. Ilja back on the soles of his boots, not by will, but by force of the United States champion here. Theory whipping Ilja off. Ilja able to reverse. Well-timed for the former heavyweight champion of the world, and a big-time uppercut. Another senton. Making a dose. I have a feeling those sentons were not on Austin Theory's list of Santa Claus this year. Ilja now goes behind once more. And another uppercut, this time to the back of the neck. And Ilja is all kinds of fired up. Unbazik bar written across the tights. This man truly believes he is invincible, and there is almost nothing that can stop him inside of the ring. They'll call him the Mad Dragon for a reason. Ilja Draguov. He is not intense, he is the definition of intensity, as Austin Theory just took a bullet damn near right through the chest with that drop kick. Back on his feet, Draguov now bringing him into the corner. Uh-oh. I don't know what he's got in mind, but you got to believe it's going to be disastrous for the United States champion. Ilja now meeting him. Feet on the middle rope with a swinging neck breaker. Down to the floor, right into the cover. And another near fall. Austin Theory going to survive. Well, Pittsburgh loving the action. Getting quite the late Christmas gift is this capacity crowd in the PPG Paints Arena. Theory, Draguov, SmackDown main event, closing out the new year for the United States title. Austin Theory pump kick, taking Ilja off his feet. And down he goes again with a clothesline. Ilja Draguov now may have shown his best hand. That swinging neck breaker might have took just as much out of Ilja as it took out of Theory. Torture rack, sit out, power bomb. Theory now with a close fall. Well, I think you can see that both of these men are digging deep down in their playbooks, knowing that they've been in the ring with each other before, not just in that champion versus champion match back in August, but also in tag team matches here on SmackDown, familiar with each other's game, trying to throw the other off their rail. Austin Theory just stomping away at the arm and the hand of Ilja. Ilja crawling away to the corner. Theory's got this man on skates right now. It's been a hell of a battle thus far for the United States Championship as Ilja just stomping away, or I should say Theory stomping away on the Mad Dragon. And again, not to sound like a broken record, but Ilja might have shown his best hands thus far in this matchup. We've seen some rallies out of the Mad Dragon, but once again it is Austin Theory who is back in control. Ilja now back on top. Trying to create some distance. Oh, Theory caught him with the boot and a pair of knees. Right to the chest cavity. Ilja may be gasping for air after that. Theory not done. Kick to the gut. Down goes Ilja, getting turned inside out. And another kick out by Draguov. Austin Theory may be thinking, the hell I gotta do to slay the Mad Dragon here tonight. Theory being reminded of what many superstars found out in 2025, that Ilja Draguov is a tough puzzle to figure out. Very few have done it. Austin Theory trying to solve it. Ilja Draguov from the Rumble to WrestleMania to World Champion 2025 has been his year, but Austin Theory trying to make sure he's not got a chance to put the bow on top. Oof. The axe hammer now set into the barricade. Theory might not have gotten the victory thus far, but he is certainly thriving at the given moment. Ilja looking all kinds of banged up as he gets sent back inside of the ring. And, you know, Theory's got the champion's advantage in this matchup, but he isn't really utilizing it. Austin Theory, gotta imagine, is just getting even more confident as the United States Championship reign has progressed. Misses wildly off the drop kick. Ilja now. Uh-oh. Muscles up Theory. Powerbomb. Ilja into the cover to win the title at a moment's notice. Not just yet, Theory survives. A well-timed sidestep by the Czar. Muscling up Austin Theory for the powerbomb. Delivers it flush, but Austin Theory's still in it. Theory's turned away some of the best SmackDown has to offer thus far in his United States Championship reign. Not looking for tonight to be the end of the line. Springboard uppercut by the Mad Dragon. Theory rolling to the outside, trying to get some R&R, trying to shake off the cobwebs. Ilja hot on his tail. Theory with a reversal. Oh, and Ilja just gets hung up in the top rope. There's Austin Theory. But have been one step ahead of Ilja that time. Now back inside the ring, Theory trying to hustle up, grabbing a hold. Ilja Draguov trying to cement his feet. Not looking to allow a rally for the United States champion. These two men fighting tooth and nail, jockeying for position. Who's going to regain the momentum in this United States Championship main event? Ilja tried going low. Theory outrunning him. And Austin Theory with the drop kick once more. And Austin Theory, win, lose, or draw, is surviving and is impressing here against Ilja Draguov. Ilja, however, once again fighting back out of the corner. Big uppercut on the United States champion. Uh-oh, Ilja, H-bomb on Austin Theory. Theory wiped out of the corner. Ilja going for the kill, and I don't think he's done yet. Ilja now with a second H-bomb on Austin Theory. Into the cover he goes. And we have a new United States champion. Well, you gotta give the devil his due. Austin Theory continued to get better, continued to impress, and had one hell of a United States Championship reign from Money in the Bank in July all the way up into the final SmackDown of 2025. That man has continued to show a lot of promise, but tonight, Austin Theory's luck ran out as he went one-on-one with one of the best SmackDown has to offer in this calendar year. From the Royal Rumble to WrestleMania to the World Heavyweight Championship to closing out 2025, the Czar is on top of the world as the new United States champion. What a victory for Ilja Draguov!
Here is your winner, and new WWE United States Champion, Ilja Draguov.
One hell of a main event to close out one hell of a year on Thursday nights. It is only fitting that Ilja Draguov, of all men, stands tall on Thursday Night SmackDown, on the final SmackDown of this year, as the new United States champion. A hell of a Christmas night here in Pittsburgh. The Mad Dragon soars again with the gold. All eyes will be set on New Orleans next Thursday night for the first SmackDown of 2026. We will see you in the Big Easy in the new year. Good night from Pittsburgh.